Okay, great. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dean Trantalis, the Mayor of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Tonight we begin the regular meeting of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, July 7, 2020. We're now going to call the meeting to order and to begin our meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if I could ask everybody where they are to please stand and recite the pledge after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Commissioner Moritas? Here. Vice Mayor Glassman?
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie?
I'm here. My battery's going dead. I had to plug up.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Here.
Mayor Trantalis?
Here. So we have full attendance. So the City of Fort Lauderdale will be hosting its meetings in a virtual format until further notice. The public can listen to and view virtual meetings at fortlauderdale.gov/FLTV and youtube.com/City of Fort Lauderdale, as well as on Comcast Channel 78 and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. For those who want to speak on an agenda item and have not yet already signed up to do so, please visit www.fortlauderdale.gov/VC meetings. That's www.fortlauderdale.gov/VC meetings. To help ensure the same decorum as our in-person meetings, we ask that you please abide by the following guidelines. Please refrain from any behavior that is disruptive, distractive, profane, or inhibits the meeting in any way. While you are on the phone waiting for your opportunity to speak, please mute the meeting broadcast on FLTV, YouTube, Comcast, or AT&T if watching simultaneously to avoid delays with your broadcast. I will call on you when it is your turn to speak, and also notify you when your time has expired. City staff has automatically added speakers in to listen-only mode, and you will be unmuted to speak when recognized. Once you have completed speaking, you will be muted and may either hang up to exit the meeting or stay connected to listen to the remainder of the meeting. So I have a couple of agenda announcements. First of all, with regard to the agenda specifically, CM3 and CM4 revised districts in the title and the memo. CR5 replaced Exhibit 3 resolution. CR8 revised Exhibit 2 resolution pages 1 and 2. CP5 revised Exhibit 7 page 3. CP11 revised Exhibit 1 page 1. And Budget 8 provided additional information, the assessment role. Before we begin our meeting, I just want to take a moment and ask for a moment of silence in order to pay respect to those who recently passed away in our community and who we find to be who've been wonderful contributors to the welfare of our community in the years past. First, I'd like to recognize Mary Ann Gray, who's been an active member of the Broward Navy Days and Fleet Week. Also, Alan Becker, who was the youngest state representative in the State House of Representatives in Florida back when he first served, and was on the committee that helped create and promulgate the condominium law that we now observe today. Grayson Plumman, of the 7-year-old who was killed by a bullet, and a very, very unfortunate time in our community. And Walter Hinton, also known as Mickey, who is certainly a well-known figure in our community, in our city, and it's a shame that he's passed away. But for those 4 individuals, I'd like to take the next moment.
Could you add Mary Ann Gray there, Mayor?
She was the first one, Ben.
Oh, was she? Okay, I didn't hear it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Moving on to our business tonight, we have, I need a motion to approve the minutes and the agenda.
Moved.
Mayor,
Is there, before we begin any questions, is there a second?
okay, I'm sorry, go ahead. Second, but I have a
Second,
question on
okay.
the minutes.
Question, yes. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. On the June 16th, 2020 meeting minutes, page 12 of the regular meeting, on the top paragraph, I think that's just switched around the streets, because what I was commenting on was that staff had recommended moving the ingress and egress to 7th Avenue from 4th. And this just says moving the 7th Avenue ingress and egress, and that's not true. They were saying move the 4th Street egress and ingress to 7th Avenue. So it needs to be reversed.
Okay, anyone have any comments or objections to that petition?
We communicated that to the clerk yesterday, and it's been.
I researched it, and that's correct, so we'll make that correction if it's motion as amended.
Okay.
Thank
Any
you.
other comments? Any other comments? Okay, there being none. So a motion's been made, and who made the original motion?
Commissioner Sorensen.
Commissioner Sorensen, agree to that friendly amendment?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor, you agreed to second that, correct?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? There being none. So now we move on to the next segment of our agenda. The next segment is called the consent agenda. For those who are new to our meetings, the consent agenda is a list of items that are normally approved collectively, and this will be the opportunity for any one of the commissioners to pull that item if that item is sought to be addressed individually. If that item is not pulled, anybody's interested in speaking on a consent agenda item will be allowed 3 minutes before we approve the consent agenda items. However, if the consent agenda item is pulled, that will be the time at which you would be allowed to speak on that agenda item, as opposed to at the beginning of the consent agenda. So, Commissioner Moritas, do you have any items you'd like to pull from the consent agenda?
CR5.
CR5?
Correct.
Okay, anything else?
No.
That's it, Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor? You have to unmute yourself. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. CR3 and CP10.
CR3 and what? CP?
C as in Charlie, P as in Peter, 10.
10. CP 10. Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Nothing.
Nothing. Commissioner Sorensen?
None.
None. All right. So which one is that?
I think you talked about CM3.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to pull CM3. All right, so other than CM3, CR3, CR5, and CP10, I will, at the end of the public comment, I will ask for a motion to approve those items. So right now, we have, let me sort this out, CM3, CM3, R3, those are for questions only. questions only. I see 8, C1, CP2, CP3, 25, every CP. Okay. All right. Paul Chettle wants to speak on every one of those. Okay.
These are the only two that I have that both commission pulled and the public pulled. So I
Right.
can answer.
So, all right. Okay. So, we'll start off with, I guess, CM3. This is a request for,
Did you take a vote on the balance of the consent agenda yet?
no,
I have not, okay.
because people want to speak to the items. Okay. So, this is a motion authorizing settlement of all potential liability claims of WPRK Family Trust. This was a claim made in connection with the the sewage pipe main that broke in the Rio Vista area. A claim was made by the applicant, by the homeowner, and a reason why I pulled this is because I believe that I might have a conflict in that the owner of this home, Stephanie Toothaker, who has transferred interest into a family trust, I just don't want there to be any appearance of an impropriety on my part, since she has been a supporter of mine over the years, and just want there to be a full disclosure about any relationship I have with regard to this individual, and while I feel that her claim is certainly worthwhile, I just feel that it might be inappropriate if I supported this. So, other than that, does anyone have any questions with regard to this item? Would someone please like to move the item?
I think there's one person signed up to speak.
That was Stephanie Toothaker.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment.
Yes, sir.
My comment is, because I talked to both the city manager and the attorney about this, and I had the same reservations as you do, and I was told that it is not a conflict in any way, and I feel the same way you do about the item, that I think it's warranted, and I'll defend it to the end. I just wanted to make sure we got out in front of it, and because we did create a liability in that whole neighborhood and other parts of the city as well. And I think anytime that we do damage, we are responsible for. But I was told, because she's a big supporter of mine, but this is something we did to somebody in our city, and I'm willing to defend that based on the legal opinion I got from the attorney that there's no conflict.
Okay. All right, would someone like to move the item?
I'll move it.
Okay, Commissioner McKenzie has moved the item. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Been seconded, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner? Yes.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Vice Mayor,
He's muted.
you have to unmute yourself.
I just did. There's a little delay. I'm on a Central Time Zone. I'm sorry. I thought we were going to discuss this because I did have some questions that came up at my pre-agenda meeting last night. If there is a total amount of liability that the city has, how are these claims being paid? Is it first come, first serve? So I'm sorry, I didn't realize we were going right into a vote. I had assumed that people maybe signed up to speak on this.
Well, I did ask for if anyone had any comments, and I didn't hear anything, so that's why I called for a vote. But if you have any
Gotcha.
questions, please ask them now.
Thank you. Well, Alan, maybe you can help me with this. What is the process, and is there a limited amount of liability that the city has, or can the claims just go on forever? Is there a maximum amount of liability that we have in these cases?
Technically, in the types of cases that we've had in these types of instances, there is and there isn't, and let me explain. Certain claims that arise from these fall under Florida Statute 768, which essentially does provide a cap, but there's a variety of other damages that are caused by these types of events that are not capped or for which we don't have sovereign immunity. For example, inverse condemnation, taking, things of that sort. So risk management adjusts these claims as they're provided, and there's separate baskets as to what damages we put in one basket versus the other to keep a running tally. But in general regard, there is no actual top number for all these variety of properties that were impacted from the breach. This is the most severe impact. This was ground zero, both from an event as well as a subsequent flooding, as well as staging for the remediation. So this is probably the worst of them all. Again, direct answer to there's not a particular cap for the array of damages that occurred on this particular property.
And not just on this piece of property, but I mean, in total of all of the claims that might come forward, is there any kind of cap?
There is not. There's a cap, again, for certain types of personal damages. So for example, if let's say your car was flooded and we have to replace your car, we have to fix your car, that would fall under 768. But the property damages would not. They would fall under the others. So we're not capped or limited by those particular ones.
Is there a threshold dollar amount that makes it have to come before the city commission?
$100,000.
Anything over 100,000?
Right. Anything up to $50,000, the city manager and the city attorney can approve. Anything over $50,000, the risk committee can approve. And then beyond $100,000 or $100,000 or more, the city commission approves.
Okay, thank you. And then just a minor note, but on the CAM, it says that the property is located in District 2. I believe the property is located in District 4.
We amended the CAM.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Correct. Okay, so your vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
and then Mayor Trentalis, you're abstaining, correct?
No, I'm just voting no.
You're voting no, okay.
Okay, so that motion passes. Now we move on to
CR3?
CR1?
wait a minute.
CR1 did not get.
We don't have any more CMs, right? It's just CR. CR3.
That's the budget amendment.
This is just with regard to questions. Mr. Chettle has asked to speak. Is Paul Chettle on the line?
Can we mute who's ever causing that feedback? Mayor.
Mr. Chettle on the line.
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Haven't heard from you in
Great.
a long time.
Well, I've saved it all for one thing, and I've got a lot opposed. So you tell me when my clock starts, and I'm ready. Okay,
you're ready to go now.
I'm ready. Wonderful. Thank you. Good evening, Commissioner. For the first time, I'm speaking a lot this evening. CR3, 24 pages. I oppose most of it. I'm gonna focus on letter H. This is a George T. Lohmeyer interior painting capital project. This is abandoning George T. Lohmeyer painting project in order to send money to Hector Park, Virginia, and Rio Vista. This project will provide a protective coating application on all interior surfaces at the George T. Lohmeyer plant to protect all metal surfaces from corrosion and deterioration. Okay, so the surfaces were last coated in 2007. The interior coatings have a life of 10 years. The city staff has made multiple budget requests to do this. Then in 2013, you paid a consultant for the Central Region Wastewater System Renewal and Replacement Requirement Report. That validated the staff request. This has been on the CIP since 2015, 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20. And now you're going to go and abandon the project. This is a classic example of deferred maintenance, which is one of the themes. Commissioners Glassman, Sorensen, Mayor Trentalis, when you campaigned, to serve on the commission, one of the central tenets of your campaigns was failing infrastructure. This included failed policies of deferred maintenance, the diversion of funds, and the failed management of critical infrastructure. What this vote tonight will do is repeat the same old practices. Right now, you are paying to fix 2 parks and a neighborhood because of a sewer leak. Staff warned you about the sewer leak, the master plan warned you, the independent consultants warned you, the budget requests were ignored, the fixes were deferred and deferred and deferred for 10 years, and eventually you ran out of time and the sewer broke and the parks were destroyed and the Rio Vista got damaged. So now you want to turn around and pay for the damage by doing the exact same thing to the capital project to George C. Lohmeyer. City staff has warned you, the consultants have validated their thing. This is your own master plan, your own budget requests. This deferring maintenance is a failed policy. It's a very expensive policy, and this is exactly what you campaigned and committed to stop. So my simple request is please find the money somewhere else. Thank you.
Chris, with regard to that, what's anticipated with regard to restoring these funds for the project for which they were originally intended?
Right. So the thought was that as we looked across the capital projects, which ones were needed to be done in this fiscal year versus which ones could be reprioritized to a future fiscal year. And we did that top to bottom with the capital plan. This was a project that our public works experts said met that criteria, and that's why it was selected to say to reprioritize it to a future year.
So the allegation here is that this has been on the to-do list for quite a few years, and now we're just kicking the can yet another year. How do we respond to that?
Let's go to rather than me trying to make up an answer for our experts, I'd rather go to the experts. So let's go to Public Works and ask Raj to join the meeting, and then he can call upon his staff for a further recommendation after he responds.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the Commission, Raj Verma, Public Works. I think Paul's point is well taken. This was not an easy decision for us. What we did was that it was just not a one-person decision. All the folks from the plant, the utilities operation people, the assistant director, manager, they all evaluated the condition and they felt that this was one of those items that could be moved without having significant impact in order to accomplish what we need to accomplish. So it was done with great research, and it was not an easy decision, but we had to choose between lesser of the two evils. Not that it is any less problematic, but that's what we did, and we'll be more than happy to answer any question. I have some folks from our operations there, but I can assure you that it was not an easy decision, and we went through the entire list of projects, and this was something that we felt like.
Chris, let me ask you this. Any of the bonds that we have been borrowing with regard to water and sewer projects, could we tap into that in order to keep this project going?
Well, keep in mind that we have the consent order to respond to, and those dollars are programmed to projects that are consistent with that consent order. And so I would have to work with Hazen and Sawyer and those that are managing that consent order and the work that's required because of it to give you an answer, yes or no.
So you can't give the commission an answer, yes or no, tonight.
I would rather be certain in that answer, and so I'd.
Because I don't think all that money is spoken for. I mean, it was always my understanding that the $200 million tranche, the first $200 million tranche, was not entirely spoken for, and there might be money available to be able to still go forward with this project without having to cannibalize it in order to do remediation for the Rio Vista situation.
So let me go back to then the Public Works Director and see if he has any staff that's joining the meeting tonight that we could turn to that could answer the mayor's question as to whether or not there's bond dollars available to move over to this painting project.
Yeah, let me turn over to Abby, our Assistant Utilities Director. I believe he's online, and he might be able to answer the question. If not, I'll come back, and we can definitely explore the other projects, and we can certainly take a look at it. But if you want an answer tonight, yes or no, like the manager said, we may not. But let Abby chime in and see what he has to say. Abby, are you online? Anisha, do you know if Abby is online?
I do not see his name.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor, I mean, my answer is going to be the same as the city manager. We can definitely go back and revisit the bond projects and see what we can do. Definitely, we don't want to kick the can down the road. And the first opportunity we get, we are going to get this project done.
Well, can we strike letter H from this item in order that so that we can, instead of making the decision tonight, is it possible to not make the decision tonight so that we can get an answer to that question?
Sure, it is. I know that we need to appropriate funds to do the remediation of these two parks that we've committed to the community, but I understand the concern. We'd be going back to the CIP to look for a different project to recommend.
Well, it's not so much that, but I mean, we can't tap into. I still recall.
That's the answer I can't get for you tonight.
I know.
If we want the answer to that, then the safest thing to do would just be to remove H from the.
If we can remove H, and does that compromise any of your work, Raj, with regard to the restoration projects or the George Lohmeyer project?
Mr. Mayor, we'll have to go back, but I don't think that it is. As you know, that since I have come on board, I've been very sensitive to all our plans, and anything that is related to the plans, I get very reluctant to move around. But this is something that we had to do for the restoration of the Hector Park, because for all the reasons that was shared in the previous agenda item, I think the damage was done, and those dollars were not appropriated as a part of fixing, the whole break. So we focused on the pipe replacement, but we missed the restoration, and we just kind of felt that while we are there, we might as well do it the right way, and that is the best way of just compensating the people living in that neighborhood for the inconvenience that they had. So it was not an easy.
And no one's disagreeing with you, but the question is, in order to accomplish that, we're taking away from a project that's been scheduled for years and has just been, delayed, and I don't know if we want to put ourselves back in that position again, especially since it's a wastewater treatment plant.
Well, hold on. These projects in Rio Vista have been delayed for years, Mayor. These have long.
This has happened. No, this has happened. This is remediation for the sewer break, Ben.
Yeah, so what this was an attempt to look at, because the water sewer system was the one that caused all this damage of these two parks, to look at the water sewer system being the large funding source to do the remediation of them. We can look at a different way of doing it. We've got intelligent people that will make a different recommendation. I'm just not prepared to do it on the fly tonight. And so what I would say to Commissioner Sorensen, who I know the neighborhood is expecting the work to begin on these park restoration efforts, that if this item is removed from the budget tonight, we'll put our heads together tomorrow morning and figure out how we continue to move forward with the commitments that we made in the neighborhood. So I'll say that for the record. Two is, if we remove H, then we'll just bring back a different funding mechanism in the future for the commission's consideration.
Right. I mean, just to be clear, these pipes were long neglected and should have been replaced a long time ago. That resulted in this break.
Correct.
So this did not just happen.
No. What we're saying is that the restoration funds are for replacing this sod and everything in the two parks. And what's been pointed out to us is that these monies that were intended for the George Lohmeyer plant have been long delayed in executing that project. And we're once again delaying it, and again putting us at risk, just like we have put ourselves at risk in years past by cannibalizing on some projects in favor of others. So
Can we go to Laura Reese, Mayor? She would like to weigh in.
Sure.
Budget Director,
Sure.
Office of Management and Budget. Laura?
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Chris. I was going to weigh in on the mayor's question about the $200 million bond appropriation.
Yes.
The $200 million has already been appropriated into capital projects. So it would be a similar exercise where we could look at unspent balances in existing projects and prioritize that or reprioritize that with the 2021 budget. So we just look at what can go first based on the current rate structure and the current priorities.
Well, again, we don't want to get into the practice of dipping into funds that were intended to improve our stormwater, our wastewater, and our drinking water projects. So this commission was committed to ensuring that that practice wasn't going to continue. So this is a continuation of that practice, and I don't think any one of us want to be labeled as having, ignored the needs of our community. So we do want to do the rehabilitation, the restoration of the Hector Park and Virginia Young Park in the Rio Vista neighborhood. It just shouldn't come from rehab projects for the wastewater plant. I think that's what we're trying to say here.
So I think the position we're in for fiscal year 2020 is a little unique because of all of the emergencies and different things that we've dealt with. We don't really have a substantial fund balance to go to this year. So if we want to move forward with an unbudgeted project, we really are going to have to look to abandon something or waive your policy and go below the 90-day threshold that we set. So we go below the 90 days, which staff we really wouldn't recommend. Or you can delay one project and then reappropriate it with the 2021 budget. We could commit to, if you delay this project, prioritizing with the 2021 to make sure that we can start the painting project or the parks project in 2021, because we appropriate around $20 million per year from water, $15 million per year from the Central Region Fund for new projects. So those could just be the highest priorities starting October 1st.
Chris, since we're dealing with parks, could any of the park bond money be used to rehabilitate these two parks?
Routinely, yes, but I don't know in this circumstance if that's a yes, because I'd want to get an opinion on the bond council as to whether or not I could use public bond funds for restoration work. That's a stretch.
That's what it would be for. The extent that we're doing any sort of infrastructure work, no. But we have to look at that more carefully.
This doesn't line up nicely with park fund funds.
All right. Anyone else have any comments regarding this?
Raj, there's necessary improvements of stormwater and water pipes that need to be replaced near these two parks as well. Is that replacement cost included in this 1.9 million?
Yeah, Commissioner Sorensen, the way we are looking at the restoration of Hector and Virginia Young Park as one unit. We don't want to do partial and come back and tear up again. So there are basically 4 buckets. We have got one bucket that is being funded from the parks bond. That is limited to those 2 parks only. The second bucket is the replacement of water main that has been breaking regularly. That is coming out of the bond monies. That's coming from the water and sewer fund. That's not an issue. The third bucket is the stormwater infrastructure exfiltration system, because there has been enormous flooding over the years, and that has been something that the commission has wanted to alleviate that. That is coming from the stormwater. We are talking about all the roadways and all the sidewalk around that area that have been damaged by this the pipe break and the repairs that we have made. So the rationale was that if those damages have happened because of the pipe break and they have been significant such that you have been using heavy equipment because of which we need to repair the sidewalk and the roadway to do resurfacing. That's what this is, the fourth bucket, and that is the reason that is being charged to the central region fund. And then we looked at this work. While we are there, we might as well do it. Otherwise, we are going to be losing. We'll have to come back and redo the whole, some part of it.
Right.
We went back to the drawing board. We looked at what we can potentially defer. We are not saying that we are going to defer infinitely. And as Laura has said, that we can definitely go back and reappropriate, but we just felt that this is the right way to handle all the elements of the projects, the park improvement, the water improvement, the stormwater improvement, roadways and the sidewalk in one shot, so that
Correct.
not waste
Do it
money.
all at once. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else have any thoughts about this?
I think we need to move forward and fix these parks.
I
Okay,
concur.
again,
Mayor,
I agree.
I
Mayor,
Say
concur.
what? I didn't hear what Commissioner Moritas said.
That we need to, let's move forward and fix these parks.
I agree with you 100%.
Okay,
Thank you.
all
Mayor.
right, yes, sir.
I did have a question because later on in CR3, by the way, I did pull CR3 for 3 different items, this being one of them, to ask some of these questions that have been asked tonight. But later on in M&N, we are using bond money for these parks as well. So I don't know why we just couldn't increase that amount that we're doing in M&N to make up the delta. Is that possible or no? If you look at M&N
It
in
is
this.
not. Vice Mayor, no, we can use park bond funds for park enhancements, but we can't use it for the infrastructure work that Raj just depicted. Needed different funding sources. Stormwater needs to be stormwater. Wastewater sewer needs to be water sewer. Yes, it's appropriate to use park bond funds to do park improvements of those parks, but you can't do the infrastructure with those funds.
So Laura and Raj, what you said earlier about October 1 and maybe prioritizing this in terms of the interior painting project, can that be a reality? Because I just need to have a little bit more comfort level with this one in terms of thinking that this is a good idea to abandon that project right now. But if it's going to be happening as of the fiscal year, which is not that far away, I could live with that. What do you think the reality is of that happening?
Vice Mayor, this is Laura Reese. With between proposed and adopted, we would have the opportunity to incorporate the paint related change into the central region appropriation. So we could commit to doing that. So of the 13 million appropriated, we would prioritize the painting project as part of that.
Okay, well, I think that's enough of a comfort level. That's just 3 months away. So you think we'll be okay for the next 3 months anyway?
I would defer to Raj on that.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chris. And in the meantime, you'll also look to see maybe if there is another avenue, or are we just going to go forward with doing this right now with the thought being that after the fiscal year, this will be a prioritized project?
We'll go through the exercise so that we don't say that we just, walked away from it. My gut tells me that this will be a project that has money reappropriated to it in 90 days.
Okay, I will take you at your word. Thank you.
Other items on CN3 do you have, CR3 rather?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to look first at L, letter L. First of all, I believe that I didn't know if it was appropriate to talk about this now, Chris, or later on in the agenda when it comes up. But first of all, I think we've had this discussion, but this is actually, that address on Waverly Road is not 1600. I just want to make sure everyone is aware of that, that's an incorrect address. So we know that that's 1610, I believe.
I thought it was 1016.
I mean, 1016, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my notes. 1016 Waverly. Yes, thank you. Is this the right time to talk about this? Because I'm having some issues with this particular site. Did you want me to go into the detail now, as opposed to later, or I just don't think that we should be appropriating the funds?
So I think we could do it one of two ways. Obviously, if this budget amendment does not include the appropriation of bond funds for that project, then when we get to that item on the agenda, we'll need to remove it. We could move forward with the budget amendment, leaving it on so that we can have the discussion during the public hearing, which is required as to whether or not we want to acquire. So my recommendation to you is that we leave it in the budget amendment at this point, because if that item is going to either pass or not pass, it will do so during the public hearing. If for some reason the item should not pass, then this will just unappropriate it on the next budget amendment.
Okay, so, all right, that makes me a little nervous, but
So rather than confuse a budget amendment with a land acquisition, I would rather keep the land acquisition separate, knowing that even if it were to appropriate in the budget, if you don't approve the purchase, the funds would just come back to you for reappropriation.
okay, I can live with that. Thank you. Thank you. So that's the way we'll do it, and I'll deal with it later. Letter U, which I believe is the last one. This is for the aquatics complex. First of all, I think it would be helpful soon, because this came up a lot last night at my pre-agenda meeting. At some point in time, it'll be very helpful to have an actual map of the site and a budget breakdown for each piece, because we keep getting changes, we keep getting change orders, and sometimes it gets confusing with the different dollar amounts and what the total is. So we see different numbers here than what we saw earlier in the agendas with the north building and the diving platform. But I think that's going to be really important to have just going forward, so that everyone understands exactly which each piece is costing. Had a lot of questions also about the cost for the design and construction of the south building at $7 million. Is Don or Tom here still, that they can maybe discuss that for that particular site? That one is the one that got the most questions, as opposed to the north observation deck that we already talked about tonight, and the dive platform. But what about, if you could just give us a little more detail about the cost of that design?
I'm sure they can. That was in response to the unsolicited proposal that the commission voted to move forward with a comprehensive agreement back in January, and that's the south building being the locker room facility. The CRA went to the Parks, Recs, and Beaches Advisory Board seeking bond dollars from the Parks bond to do the construction of that locker room, and that's what that number is for. But let Don, I see he's off mute. Let's let Don further describe what that is.
Good evening. Yeah. So right now we're working on an interim agreement with Hensel Phillips for the design. Tom's online. If we could unmute Tom, he has been working closely with them to come up with a number that for that $7 million amount. And what we'll do is we'll come back to you with that. We'll come back to you at the next commission meeting with the interim agreement, which will allow us to move forward with the design. And we'll have some more, we could probably talk a little bit more about that design at that point. But Tom, if you want to chime in on the number and how we got to that number, I think that would be helpful.
Sure. Hi. Good evening, everybody. This is Tom Green, project manager for the Beach CRA. Just like the city manager mentioned before, we did receive a unsolicited proposal from Hensel Phelps for improvements to the south building. And included in that proposal from Hensel Phelps was kind of a breakdown in their proposal of the construction costs. So in there, I don't have it in front of me at the moment, but I believe it was roughly $550,000 was the number that we were targeting for design costs in that proposal.
So Tom, typically,
the 7 million.
most people, when they hear unsolicited proposal, they think right away that we're not responsible for upfront costs right away. That somehow that works itself away in the end and that there's no risk or no cost to the city. So can you explain the difference here, why we're now going to be allocating the $7 million for that, for the bonds?
Sure. So in this case, it is advantageous for the city to move forward with the construction of the south building. And I agree with your statement earlier that it may be helpful for a graphic or an image to roadmap the money as well as the overall site itself. But the reason why we believe it's advantageous to the city is that building is extremely close to the active construction we have on the site right now. That building is probably 10 feet away from a pool that is under active construction. And once we build the pool deck, it'll be butting up to that existing building. It really makes sense from a construction standpoint to move forward with demolition and then reconstruction of that south building. With Hensel Phelps providing the unsolicited proposal, in this case, it's advantageous to the city because it speeds up the procurement process. And it would also ensure to the city that we have one construction manager in active construction on the site. Excuse me.
It's all right. It's good. Don't worry about that. Hey, let him go. Let him go.
Yeah, you need to unmute yourself. Thank you. And the whole family.
Let him go. Let him have fun.
Tom, but still, most people,
it's a little background comedy for everybody.
That's okay. Most people understand. I thought it was Commissioner Sorensen's house, actually. Most people understand that an unsolicited proposal typically means that the person that's making the proposal is putting up all of the cash up front. So help people understand why we're spending $7 million right now on the bonds for this on an unsolicited proposal.
Let us jump in from
Yeah, if I can interject real quick.
table here.
Unsolicited proposals actually are rarely no risk to the governmental entity. I know that the first true unsolicited proposal we received, Miami Beckham and Inter-Miami, was fashioned that way. But typically it's a joint partnership where there is some component of the governmental entity either leasing or somehow expending money along with the private entity. It's really a joint partnership, so there's risk on both sides, and that's why there's such a vetting process through the statute. So the fact that, as an example with Miami Beckham, that is an absolute rarity, that someone's going to come in and spend all the money and have the governmental entity not take on any risk or spend any money on their own.
And Vice Mayor, you're gonna have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, I didn't realize they muted me right away.
You have
What about
questions?
War Memorial Auditorium, Alan?
That's not an unsolicited proposal. That was a lease under the charter.
Okay, so Tom, if we're doing $7 million, how much is that building actually totally? What's the total of that actual building then? If $7 million is our money.
So overall, we are working towards a $7 million budget. You know, as Don mentioned before, we did go to the Parks Board. I believe originally with that first tranche of park bond dollars, $6 million was allocated for the aquatic center. We went to the Parks Board back in February and requested it increased to $7 million in order to fund design and construction for this. So that is the budget that we are designing and ultimately constructing for the south building. I don't have another, at this time, funding source I've identified for that particular project. So $7 million is what we're working towards all in.
So basically then the unsolicited proposal part that's advantageous to the city on this is just expediting the fact that someone's going to get in there right away and we're going to bypass the normal process of bids and selection, et cetera, that we just went with them. But actually all the money is ours. Is that correct?
In this case, yeah.
That's correct, yes. And
okay.
keep in mind too, this is a logistical issue for us as well. you know, it's really hard to have multiple contractors on one site, particularly a site of this tight as this site. It makes
Right.
a lot of sense to have one person, particularly if they're capable of doing all the different construction on there, to do that construction. So I think that's what they were thinking when they submitted the unsolicited proposal, and we agreed, thinking that you know, there are issues outside of just financial issues associated with this, and that is just making sure the construction happens. We don't have issues with feuding contractors. We're able to get it done on a schedule that everybody can agree on. So there's a lot of things involved here outside of just, you know, the financial part of it that we thought made a lot of sense.
No, and it does. I just, again, there's just a little bit of confusion out there. So it'll be helpful, as you just said, Tom, if we can put together some sort of mapping of the site and the pieces and the dollar amounts and where they're coming from, et cetera, et cetera. That'll be really helpful. Thank you, Mayor. I'm good with this item. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions with regard to this item? Okay, do I hear a motion?
So moved.
It's a motion for CR3.
Second.
So moved.
What was it?
Just to clarify, is this without item H?
This is with item H.
So,
It's as is.
Including as,
okay. So it's
as presented.
As presented, okay, thank you. And that was,
Was it Commissioner McKenzie? Was it Commissioner McKenzie that moved the item?
Vice Mayor.
Oh, the Vice Mayor moved the item. Okay.
Thank you.
okay. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale revised FY 2020 final all funds budget and revised personnel complement for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2019 and ending September 30, 2020, as amended by appropriating and transferring funds and adding 13 positions respectively as set forth in the City Commission Agenda Memo number 20-0092, amending the City of Fort Lauderdale final FY 2020, FY 2024 Community Investment Plan for the fiscal years beginning October 1, 2019 and ending September 30, 2024, as amended by appropriating and transferring funds as set forth in the City Commission Agenda Memo number 20-0092, abandoning the George T. Lohmeyer Interior Painting Project Underground Injection Control Permits Project and redundant affluent pipeline to Wellfield Project, authorizing the city manager to assign certain financial account index codes and providing for severability and an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas? Commissioner Moritas, you have to unmute yourself.
Good, I said yes. And I agree.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
No. And the item is approved. CR5, I believe, it was a Commissioner Sorensen that pulled that.
No, you
Yeah.
would think that would be Commissioner Anderson. He's done a lot.
Is that you, Commissioner Moritas? Okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Moritas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that the modifications that are being made, and I know you've done a lot of great work, Ben, and I know we have, I guess, until July 10th to continue to get input. At my District 1 meeting last night, there was some concern that it seems like the planes are getting lower and louder in our district, specifically around the Sunrise area. So I just want to make sure that that area is also being addressed, or that if there are modifications made, they don't inadvertently, come a little closer to District 1. Does anybody have any input on that?
Yeah, appreciate it, Heather. This is, we've got just a great team working on this. As you all know, we hired a law firm, airport noise consultant, to help us. And the solution, the short answer is the solutions we're seeking will only help not only your district, Commissioner, but the rest of us, as well as surrounding towns. So the bottom line is what we're pushing for is direct westward departures and arrivals and direct eastward departures and arrivals. What's happening on Sunrise is planes are making a northbound turn soon after takeoff. What we're pushing for basically are waypoints, so they have to be out in the ocean and way west before they start vectoring north over more intense residential areas.
Okay, super. Thank you. I appreciate your work on that, and I'll report back.
Thank you.
Would you like to move the item? Would you like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Okay. Resolution's been introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, requesting that the Federal Aviation Administration modify its South Central Florida Metroplex project so as to employ departure procedures at the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport that address noise impacts to the residents of the city. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Unmute.
Yes, well, I keep doing it, but then the host keeps muting me. I can't help it. I'm sorry.
You're the only
Yes.
person having this problem. I mean, get with it.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner McKenzie,
You'll have to
Absolutely.
teach me. You have to teach me, Commissioner McKenzie.
It's COVID-19. We can't come within
COVID-19.
So
Okay.
next year.
Okay, thank you.
and that was a yes, right, Commissioner McKenzie?
Absolutely,
Easy.
yes.
Okay, Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. So CR5 is it CR5?
Yes.
Yeah, CR5 is approved. CR8 is the next item that was, April Kirk has asked to speak. April, are you on the
That one
phone?
didn't get pulled.
It didn't get pulled, but we haven't, this is public comment now.
Right. Right.
This is public.
Okay.
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Wonderful. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak on this item. I'm speaking on CR8, a resolution supporting the submittal of an application for the MPO for funding through the Planning Technical Assistance Program for the Lauder Trail Project feasibility study. As you may remember, I am a founding board member of the Mockingbird Trail, and I'm speaking not in support or opposition, but I want to talk about process. First, I want to apologize to my district commissioner for not speaking to him first before pulling this item, as we just found out about it last night with some of the members of your own Lauder Trail working group. We were actually told by staff that no progress would be made on Lauder Trail during the COVID shutdown, at least until phase 3. As you may recall, we met with you and the Lauder Trail working group in November. At that time, staff was directed to work with us on an MOU. It is important to bring to your attention at this point that what you, the Mockingbird Trail and the Lauder Trail working group agreed to is not happening. Ultimately, we want to be successful, and we think this is a great opportunity to fund and begin the trail. But we, the Mockingbird Trail, are committing to help expand it to a larger 8-mile trail for the city. We've worked with the city, the DDA, the district commissioners, Lauder Trail working group. We even advocated on your behalf with the Parks and Recreation Board for bond money, and we want to help find funding for this project, but we cannot do this if we are not at the table. There is currently no MOU, there have been no meetings, and your own Lauder Trail working group is not engaged in the process. And in fact, in June 24th, we were informed by staff that a document outlining next steps would be presented in 3 weeks. I wonder if this is that document. This is disappointing and ultimately will impede all of our abilities to finish the process and work on an appropriate tail. As you know, working with experts in the field and those who created similar trails around the country, every person says you must have an outside group of community members involved to be successful. Mockingbird Trail is that group. We have agreed to it. You have agreed to it, and we are ready. I end my comments with an email from staff to the Lauder Trail working group from May, which says there are numerous trail groups that have expressed interest in becoming partners with the city's trail effort. We welcome the support of private groups, but after various meetings, presentations, and candid discussions, we intend to move the project forward on a city level until further notice. I speak tonight because I'm not sure if you're aware of this, and seeing Lauder Trail move forward on the agenda without our participation, agreement, and any input, as we all agreed back in November, is upsetting to us, and we would like to be a part of the process. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Great, thank you so much.
We can have Ben respond if you'd like, or if you just want to take it as feedback, that's okay too.
Would you like to respond? That's fine.
I can hand it over to Ben Rogers, just for a quick update.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Water Trail Working Group was one of the groups that was not able to meet during the COVID experience because of the public sunshine laws and the public meeting. So staff has presented, or is going to present in August, kind of a next steps document where staff outlines all the progress the working group has made. We'll identify kind of 2 next steps. One, to enter into a master planning phase and discuss the timelines and the costs with that, or plan B, go straight into a design build and get some initial segments completed. We have worked with Commissioner Sorensen. We've had conversations with both the Mockingbird Trail and the Lauder Trail group leaders, and they are up to speed. Matter of fact, I spoke with Jay Scheckman last night at length about the next steps, and once we have our next steps document finalized, we will be forwarding that for review and consideration.
And Mayor, it's Sorensen here. Sorry, my video is acting funky. I didn't. Who was just speaking? I didn't hear who that was before Ben Rogers.
That was Ben. That was Ben Rogers.
Before
No,
Ben.
the female.
Yeah, the
April
female.
Kirk.
Oh, that was April.
April
Thank
Kirk.
you. So yeah, so Mayor, so April brings up some good concerns, and our plan, April, is that, and I've been working with Terry and Jay. Terry, the leader of Mockingbird, and Jay of Lauder Trail. And so the plan is to bring those groups together, to, similar to kind of a Las Olas working group, where we're going to get all the stakeholders, including Ben Rogers and key transportation folks, all around the table, and chart a good course forward. So, Mayor, I'm feeling really good about where we're heading. Jay and Terry feel
Something's going wrong.
Stop drinking.
Right direction. You got boozing too much. Anyway,
who's that, Steve?
So we've got a good
Exactly.
plan to work together, Mayor. That was it.
Okay. Your voice was garbled there for a little bit, so I'm sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. We'll continue on to CP1.
Mayor?
Mr. Chettle, you asked to speak with regard to CP1.
Mayor,
Yep.
on CR8, though, I just want to make sure that those concerns that were expressed by April are being addressed, and that Mockingbird and Lauder Trail will be working together. And what about her concerns about the memorandum of understanding that they were supposed to have?
They're going to
Well, I
be
think-
working together. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Commissioner Sorensen just said that.
I couldn't hear it. It just sounded very garbled to me.
Okay, Mr.
We're going to be
Commissioner
working
Sorensen said
together.
that they're going to be working together. Jay Scheckman from the Water Trail, and I forgot who you mentioned with regard to the Mockingbird Trail, but together they are going to work to collaborate on their projects.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Mr. Chettle, you on the line? Paul Chettle?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
I am now. Yes,
3 minutes with regard to CP1.
Great, thank you, Mayor. I oppose this. It's $250,000 for 3 consultants to cover 22 different disciplines. So, Mr. City Manager, I will be polite. I don't know if you know this or not, but since the 226 million gallons of raw sewage, we really haven't had a public agenda for the public to speak on failed infrastructure. The infrastructure task force is not meeting. The P&Z requested a meeting with an infrastructure update. We haven't received that. They got declined on that, which is fine. It is what it is. You've got budget shortfalls. You've got a whole range of issues. Right sizing of the budget would probably be the politest way to put it. We need another consultant like we need a hole in the head. We've got one of the 22 disciplines is a wastewater treatment plant consultant. Do we need another one? What about a water treatment plant or wind turbines? Where in the hierarchy of need right now do we need a consultant that's splitting $250,000 between 22 different disciplines on a wind turbine? I mean, it just is a philosophical thing, and I've made my point, and I've got more to say on CP2, but
Okay.
just, we don't need this money. I mean, we don't need it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Paul.
Well, and Mayor, I hope to Paul's point, we don't need the money, because these are awards of contracts like we do all the time, which are continuing contracts that we can issue task orders against if we need to do them. So I share Mr. Chettle's opinion there, where I hope we don't need these consulting services, but if we do, at least we don't have to go through a long process.
Okay, wonderful. Very good. Mr. Chettle, you also want to speak on CP2. This is ranking of firms, negotiated schedule and contract for asset management consulting services. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, we can. You keep going.
Okay, great. This is $2.5 million for and thank you, City Manager. So this is $2.5 million for an asset management consulting services. This is very confusing to me. The description from the city is that this is for mapping and maintenance plans of existing water source and distribution systems. And that is different from the scope that is in the backup, which is for the estimated cost of design and construction. If it's for plans of existing, if it's for mapping and plans, that is horrifying, right? I mean, Reese Engineering, we knew about that in 2016. It was finally made available in 2017. The running joke in 2017, shared by all the people that campaigned, was that the city didn't have maps of pipes and didn't know the age, didn't know what they were made of, and certainly didn't know the condition. So I find it hard to imagine that in July of 2020 that we're paying $2.5 million for mapping and maintenance plans. But if that's the case, that's pretty sad. If it's for the construction and design, then that's a different story. So it's just unclear and there's conflicting. So whatever it is, the answer, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Stay on there, Mr. Chettle. You also are speaking on CP3 regarding the wastewater treatment plant, where we're spending money regarding the elevator replacement.
Right. So this is a pretty horrifying agenda item, and I'm going to read 3 quotes in reverse order. In 2016, this is a quote: "The freight elevator has exceeded its useful life. Staff members have been injured and performance is being hindered by not having the ability to move the equipment to and from top floors." So that was plural on the staff members being injured, okay? It was a public works staff. Then you go back further, and here's a less sanitized statement from staff. "The elevator is currently down, and the freight elevator contractor has had to work on it on an average 10 times a month." Then you go back for the third and final quote, which is from 2016. It says, "The freight elevator at George T. Lohmeyer requires an immediate replacement." Okay, that's 2016. "It exceeded its life expectancy according to a study completed by a consultant, another consultant, CDM Smith, in June of 2016. It currently requires, on average, $125,000 in annual repairs." Okay, so if you're doing the math, 4 times 125, 500,000. "And it is constantly breaking, resulting in considerable downtime. In summary, it is not just impacting daily operations of the plant, but it is also a life and safety issue for the staff. In addition, the 6,000-ton elevator is outdated and the elevator capacity needs to be increased to 10,000 tons.
Mr. Chettle, this is to replace it.
This is to replace it. If this had been at City Hall, my simple question is, would it have taken 5 years to fix it? I mean, this is bad. Are you just a random?
Are you against replacing it?
I am against the deferred maintenance. Something that, you know,
This is to replace it.
So Mayor Trenthouse, yes, I understand this is a vote to replace it on July 7th, 2020. Okay, my point is that city staff has been begging you practically for 5 years. So Commissioner Moritas,
Yeah, we're doing what you want. I don't understand why you'd be objecting to it. I'm not understanding what you're saying. I mean,
it's a policy point. It's the point I'm trying to make. So I was unsuccessful with Commissioner Moritas on the previous item where I spoke about the perpetual failure of policy of deferred maintenance. So this is a different item. I'm prepared to forego several other items as long as I get to make my point on this one, which is very simple. Deferring maintenance is a bad policy. This
I
is
agree with you.
impacting the city staff. These people work with you. Some of these people are your friends. You're telling me that staff members have been injured for 5 years in elevators that cost you 125 grand a year in annual repairs and is down for considerable downtime. So if I could appeal to Heather Moraitis, the Commissioner of District 1, about the policy is terrible. If you had not done this and you had just paid for it in 2016 when you should have and you were asked and begged to do, not only would you have saved 125,000 in annual repairs for 4 years, you wouldn't have had the considerable downtime, and on top of that, your staff members wouldn't be in it. And on top of that, you would have a 10,000-ton elevator that can meet the needs of the plant. So this is a policy decision. It is not about the item. It's about the deferred maintenance as a policy. It's a failed policy. It's how we got in the mess in this city in the first place. I'm begging 5 commissioners to start to see this. I haven't spoken in a long time. This agenda is littered with these kinds of things. I picked a few. There's many. Okay? Deferred maintenance is getting us in trouble. Stop doing it, please. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
CP4?
Okay, CP4. See, you've also asked to speak on CP4.
Very quick repairs to the city manager. We are still waiting for the expenses from the Rio Vista spills, the Hamashi spills, and the George English spills. How much did that cost? I did politely email you several months ago. I know that you've got many things going on, but you know, it's July. So just asking the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How much time do we have for public speaking? I thought it was 2 minutes for all their items. Mayor?
Well,
if that's a problem, I'm happy to forego CPA. That's fine. Thank you.
How about CP5? Oh, you didn't pull the CP5. We have Juan Gerardo has asked to speak on CP5. Are you here just for questions, sir?
He's there. He's unmuted.
I think he's the contractor. So okay, so nothing there. CP8.
Speak. He wants to speak.
He wants to speak. Okay.
He's unmuted.
Okay. Juan Gerardo. Good evening. Juan, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Ken. Good evening.
Mayor, I'm here because I believe that the way that this contract is being terminated is unfair. And I want to use my time to provide some history regarding this project. And hopefully by the time I'm done, we will be given the chance to go ahead and remediate any imperfections in the project or to have an amicable resolution to this contract. This contract was awarded to us on July 9th, 2019. Our notice of commencement was provided on September 11th of last year as well. And we were allowed to start mobilize to the site on the 27th, September 27th. By June 3rd, by January 3rd of this year, we obtained the certificate of substantial completion for this job, which recognizes that at this stage of construction, all work, excluding punch list, has been completely inspected and accepted by the city. With that said, we went ahead and received a punch list to go ahead to be remediated. We went ahead and started the work. We were done by the 22nd. On the 2nd of February, we received an additional punch list item. We seek to with city officials as long as with the engineer of record to discuss the punch list items. Able to obtain this meeting almost 3 weeks after we have requested it. And finally, we agreed on a final punch list number 2 to be resolved on March 27th. Once that was done, we had several meetings with city officials as long as with EOR so that we could agree on methodology, means and methods on how some of the punch list items were going to be corrected. And we were due to start work on the 23rd of April in the midst of the COVID infection. On that day, or the day before, we received a notice of work. Then on June 3rd, almost 6 weeks later, we received a notice of termination. I want to note that during these 6 weeks, we left numerous voice messages and we left numerous emails letting the city know that we're ready, willing, and able to go ahead and take care of any outstanding items in the punch list. And that's what we're here today. We want to request to you, Mr. Mayor, and to you, commissioners, to allow us to go ahead and finalize any outstanding items, to sit down with city officials and the engineer of record to go ahead and take care of them. It's also worth noting that this site or this project, which is a median parking lot, has been open to the public since the 22nd of January. So that means—
Okay, Mr. Gerardo, your time is up. I think we kind of got your point, and I appreciate you being here tonight to voice your objection. Mr. Lagerblum, do you want to respond to that?
I would rather, because it's a matter of procurement, I would rather turn to our finance director and procurement officer. So let me ask Susan if she wants to defer to Jody for a response.
I will defer to Jody, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Jody, are you available on the call? There she is.
So good evening, commissioners. There's a lot of information that was given to you in the backup that gave a lot more information than was presented to you from Mr. Gerardo. As for, by the time that we had gotten way into March, there were a lot more issues that had gone on. Without going very, very deep into the weeds, the punch list items that came about were significant. And despite the fact that there was a final punch list, the amount of items that were on there were absolutely excessive. So, and despite the fact that we have opened the lot for public use, it doesn't meet specifications or what need be. So it really is just not a very good project. There's been a tremendous amount of difficulty, and there's been very, very poor communication that has gone on.
Well, once again, Mr. Mayor, if I may, we have attached pictures or from our side.
Okay, does anyone on the commission have any questions? Okay, we'll move on to CP 8. George Butler would ask to speak. Mr. Butler, are you there? Do not speak. Is Mr. Butler there? No.
Do not see a Butler.
Okay, Mr. Chettle, you had asked to speak on this. Are you there?
I think he said he was going to
Pass on us. Okay.
CPA.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to pause so that I don't make Mr. McKenzie mad, because I'm going to make him mad in about 2 seconds. So thank you.
You can't make
I'll
me
yield.
mad, Paul. As a matter of fact, we never answered your question, so I wanted you to get all your time, and that's all. You don't make me mad. I wouldn't give you that satisfaction.
All right. Well, I'll see you on resolution 3.
Okay. The next item is CP 9. Several people have signed up to speak regarding CP 9. Stephanie Toothaker, are you just here to respond to questions? Is she on there? Ms. Toothaker, are you just here to respond to questions?
She's muted. Doesn't look like we're able to unmute her on this end. Stephanie, are you on Can you unmute yourself? Take that as a no.
All right.
There she goes.
Okay. Stephanie, are you just here to respond to questions? Stephanie, can you hear me?
I just muted her again.
Somebody from Modern Technology. Okay.
She's here for questions. She
Okay.
represents.
Mary Forsyth from Lauderhill, are you on the line? Mary Forsyth?
Unmuting.
Yes, I am.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm here to voice my objection to CP10.
Okay.
CP10.
Wait, CP10. Oh, I'm sorry. I had you down for CP9. Let's pass on you right now, okay? We'll get back to you. And then I have Hensel Phelps, which I assume is just here to answer any questions. Okay, so there's really nobody there to speak on CP9. We now move on to CP10. That was pulled by which commissioner was that pulled?
Commissioner Glassman pulled it.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
did you pull CP10?
Yes, I did, Mayor.
What are your comments?
Thank you. I had a lot of positive feedback on this in the district and a much needed program. I'm looking forward to hearing more about it from city manager, but I think that this is an increasingly serious problem in terms of gunshots going all over. And I believe also that there are some folks on the line that told me they wanted to speak on it from South Middle River. If they're here, please let them have that opportunity. But I think this is a much needed project at this particular time. Thank you, Mayor.
So, Chris, why don't you explain to the community what this CP10 is about?
Well, I'll do the best I can. I'm just really parroting what I'm hearing from the police department, so we can turn it over to them.
Is the chief here?
He is. I could ask him to come on the line and do an explanation. Chief, could you give us a brief explanation of ShotSpotter? I see you there. I don't see him coming off of mute.
Chief Maglione, are you there?
Okay, it doesn't seem like it, so let me take a shot.
Okay, take a shot.
Mayor, well, no, that was no pun intended. This is technology that our police department has researched, and it's...
Wait, hold on. Someone asked Commissioner Glassman, can you unmute yourself?
You mean
mute yourself? Can you mute yourself? There's noise in the background. Oh, there's the chief. There's the chief. Chief Maglione, can you explain the CP10 item?
Yes, I apologize. I literally got knocked on by my neighbor, her daughter. I had to actually break into her house because she was in like insulin shock and had to go in there and help her. So I apologize. Wait.
Okay.
All right, but I'm back. ShotSpotter is gunshot detection technology. What they basically do is they install sensors. There's about 20 to 25 sensors per square mile. And what it does is when a gunshot is detected, it immediately alerts all of the officers. It goes straight to their vehicles, as well as will alert dispatch to put out a call for service. Two things it does. Instead of someone hearing gunshots, and in fact, some cities they've learned that less than 10% of all gunshots are even called into the police. Not only will we understand that anything within the square mile will be called into the police, that it also brings us to the exact location where the gunshots were fired, the number of shots, and we can even listen to recordings of the shots so we can hear if it was a gunfight, for example, 2 or more gunshot. The advantage of it is it takes us right to the scene without any delay for dispatch, and it brings us to the exact shot the shots were fired, and then circles in a 25-meter radius. And a lot of the cities that use it have said the officers have stepped out of the car and literally stepped on gun casings, as opposed to someone calling it in from a block or 2 or 3 away, and then we're just trying to drive around hoping we find something.
So,
We
Chief,
also wanted to
Chief,
prepare the public
Chief,
that we're
let me ask
buying
you
this
a question.
technology. Sure.
Chief, let me ask you a question. Why would someone, I have like 10 people who've signed up who oppose this. What would be the reason to oppose this?
I don't know, because literally there's been a spike nationwide in violent crime, particularly gunfire crimes, and there's really been no pattern. For example, like we did at 13th Street and Northeast 4th Avenue when everything was related to a drug operation, and we did a drug case, and there hasn't been a shooting there since. Really no pattern or trend to this. So we're doing 4 square miles. We actually got it for the price of 3 square miles. And I can't see the detractor to it. We're going to be immediately alerted and taken right to the location. Another way to help us, for example, is when someone just gets dropped off at the hospital and we don't know where or when this happened. If it happened within these 4 square miles, it will bring us to a scene, a crime scene, instead of just a hospital room.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions of the chief on the commission? Okay. Thank you, Chief. I really appreciate it. Please stand by if you don't mind. So we have a few people who have asked to speak. Rocco Diaz. Rocco, are you on the line?
Oh, yes, I just saw the unmute. Yes,
Great.
I'm here to oppose the,
Yeah,
let me
3
know
minutes.
when to start.
You
All
start
right,
now.
I'm here to oppose the use of $595,000 for the shot spotter technology because this poses great concerns of increased chance of use of force incidents. I also read the memo and it states that this technology can only detect gunshots 90% of the time. And for me, this raises concerns about the accuracy and the risk of either failed detection of gunshots or inaccurate detection of gunshots. And furthermore, we can compare one supposed success story of this to another way in which crime was reduced in another city. So for example, I found online that when the shot spotter was used in the city of Greenville, I saw that violent crime decreased 7%, homicides decreased 20%, and gun violence injuries decreased 29%. However, in New York, when there was a decrease in police presence, when 85% of police officers went on strike in order to protest the firing of Officer Palanteo for the choking of Eric Garner, major crimes actually decreased 20%. And this example provides that this instance was even better than the use of the shot spotter technology because there was a decrease in arrests and summons. So we have learned from this incident that police presence, which will result from this technology, only leads to overcriminalization, which has devastating long-term human impacts. Furthermore, we can find ways to prevent these incidents before they happen, and the best way to do so is to invest money currently used by our police department into community services. We have to remember, policing doesn't prevent crime. Opportunity and social service does. I yield my time.
Great. Thank you so much, sir. We have another person named Allie. I don't have a last name, from Miami. Are you there on the line? Allie?
Don't see Allie. Unless that's Alexandra.
Miami?
Have is Alexandra.
Alexandra? We have an Alexandra?
Alexandra as well. I can unmute Alexandra. Not the same person?
No, it's a different person.
Okay. Not on the call.
Okay. Camille Wilson, are you on the line? Camille?
I do not see that name.
Okay. Edie Dolce? Is Edie there from Plantation? Edie?
Do not see that name.
Okay. Alexandra Lavellinet?
See that name.
Alexandra, are you there?
Hi, yes, hello. I'm here.
Did I pronounce your name correctly?
Pretty good. Thank you. It's Lavelanet. Thank you for your time.
Lavellinet, okay.
Thank you, pretty close. It's a hard one. Thank you for
I should have given it the French accent. I'm sorry.
no worries. It's by way of Haiti, so no worries. I'm here to oppose this measure. I don't think we need to spend nearly $600,000 on this kind of technology. I think the money could be better used to go towards evictions, people who are suffering right now. These are very difficult times. And frankly, it doesn't make sense to give the police force in a relatively stable area more militarized artillery and resources. That's really it. And we should focus on peacemaking strategies versus on militarization and technology that's really unneeded. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, well, thank you so much. Kelsey Bruce, is Kelsey there?
Hello. Hello. Hi, Mayor. Hi, Commissioners.
Whoa. Are you there? Kelsey?
Yes.
She's got that. She's listening to the meeting as well as.
Oh.
Yeah. She needs to turn one of her.
Kelsey, you got to turn off the meeting.
Can you hear me?
Got to turn off the meeting.
I muted my laptop.
It sounds like you're in the Twilight Zone.
She's in another city.
Kelsey, are you there? Kelsey, I see that you're there. You need to unmute yourself. There you
Hello?
go. There you are. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Hello? We can hear you.
Hello?
Kelsey, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm not sure that I have it on. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to open in another tab with a different program that I forgot about, and that was what was happening. Is it okay now?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm here to strongly oppose this measure. Instead of going against the clear wishes of Black Americans who've been protesting to stop brutalizing their communities by further supporting policing, Broward needs to use its resources to support its people who are suffering due to COVID. The $595,000 we're speaking of should be dedicated to Broward's people who are facing evictions and food insecurity. Broward should look towards cities like Portland and Eugene, Oregon, who have divested funds away from their police departments and invested in alternate community safety like the Portland Street Team and CAHOOTS, which stands for Crisis Assistance Helping Out on the Streets, respectively. These programs dispatch specialists who are educated on supporting people experiencing homelessness, mental health crises, and those endangered by substance abuse. That's the path towards community safety, not over criminalizing communities, not over policing them. We can't ignore that police officers perpetuate gun violence themselves, and we can't ignore that ShotSpotter's results section pulls different kinds of statistics from different areas to prove that they work, when in reality, we have to have consistent measures across all cities to say that something works effectively. In reality, some of these statistics say things such as, quote, closer relationships between cops and community in New York, or simply more arrests made with ShotSpotter. We can't continue to ignore the voices of Black people in this country who are asking to defund an institution that disproportionately kills them by allocating thousands more to aid policing. Thank you for listening and for listening to my Twilight Zone little technical difficulty in the beginning, but yeah, that's what I have to say.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Kelsey. We appreciate what you had to say. Next is Aiden Rivas of Pembroke Pines. Aiden, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I just wanted to call in to oppose this item as I don't believe that funding for a proprietary third-party gunshot detection software is a worthy use of city funds, like in the midst of a pandemic that's ravaging our state right now. And I feel that relief efforts for the communities most impacted by COVID would be a much more worthy investment of our funds. And while the technology cited would be beneficial for getting police officers on the scene and doing their law enforcement, I don't find it the most opportune time to invest in law enforcement as much as in infrastructure, especially as the last participant mentioned, and with a lot of civil unrest in the wake of police enforcement, at least. And that's pretty much all I wanted to say on this.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate your participating tonight. Mary Forsyth from Lauderhill. Mary, are you there?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Hello. I would like to express my opposition to funding this program. To me, it seems like putting the cart before the horse. Instead of preventing the type of instances that police would be coming out there for, you're instead showing up after. So basically permitting these things to happen and showing up after. I so far have not seen Fort Lauderdale funding any programs that might be preventative to some of these instances. And this is the main reason why I would oppose this. And I would encourage you and the other commissioners to think about your constituents, how they would see something like this being funded instead of community organizations being funded, instead funding something that helps the cops the police to show up into the community instead of helping it in the first place. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. And lastly, Dennis Ulmer. Dennis, are you there? Dennis? Is Dennis there?
I see him. Yes.
City of Fort Lauderdale resident.
Can you hear me?
Hey, Dennis, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Dennis Ulmer, a resident and taxpayer of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Gun violence is increasing in our nation and our city, and I hope you will support this. And it's being funded by the Department of Justice Trust Fund, not city funds. So I hope you will approve this, and let's have a safer city. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dennis. Are there any other people that want to speak on this item? I don't see anything. Sorry?
Jordan Bunn.
Okay, you have something for him? Okay. Is Jordan there?
I'm here.
Hi, Jordan.
Hi. My name is Jordan. Yep, I'm a resident of Fort Lauderdale.
All right.
Thanks for allowing me the time to speak. I am calling to oppose any contracts with ShotSpotter. This is over $500,000, which would be allocated again away from our community and the people who need it most. Looking at Fort Lauderdale crime statistics, where all crime rates appear to be trending downward in comparison to 2019, I'm finding it hard to understand why we would need to allocate more funds towards something geared to minimize effects of gun violence when there are much larger, more pressing needs in our community, particularly our Black communities who are working tirelessly to make themselves heard following centuries, the recent and the constant events of injustice and violence against them. Asking for you to please, again, hear them and their allies. Please don't apply another Band-Aid to the effects of violence, but address the root causes of the violences that are constantly being committed against them. Please consider what other cities are doing in light of recent events: Portland, Eugene, Minneapolis, San Francisco, Los Angeles. Major things being done in these cities, and they're possible here in Fort Lauderdale too, where we all know the same issues exist. Please look into providing resources to empower communities against violence, shelter, continued rent relief, substance abuse care, mental health counseling, even masks, even ventilators, knowing that Black and brown people are at much higher risk of contracting COVID and suffering COVID-related fatalities. If we're looking at ShotSpotter as a means to minimize and respond to deaths in Fort Lauderdale, please look at COVID first. COVID will increase deaths, and the people affected will be majorly Black and brown people. Is separate from this agenda item, but related to our concern, please hear again our demand to divest $10 million from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department and invest these funds into our communities. This cause cannot be forgotten. If forgetting is not an option for some, it should not be an option for any of us. Thank you very much.
All right, great. Thank you so much. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? Okay.
I just have a question for the chief, a couple questions.
Go right ahead.
Chief, I noticed out of the 10 speakers, I think 2 of them live in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And a couple of cities were mentioned. Are any of those cities that were mentioned participating in this program? That you can recall?
Greenville is, and I know we checked primarily with Miami Gardens and got their experience. Just to address it, it's not a weapon. It's actually to help us get to the scene of violent crime sooner. It's a life-saving technology actually, and help us locate exactly where somebody may be injured as well. It's I know someone almost classified it as militarizing us. It's not a weapon. It gets us to a scene quicker.
And it comes out of Department of Justice Trust Fund, right? Not the general fund, right?
Yes, sir. The first year is being funded out of Department of Justice funds. Yes.
Okay, and it covers 4 square miles.
Yes.
Okay, so, and we got a extra mile free.
Yes.
And where are we going to set this up strategically?
The borders is where our gun violence crimes have been increasing. And
Okay.
it's going to be from Broward Boulevard north to about 19th Street, and from the western borders of our city east to approximately Andrews Avenue. We're going to try to get it a little further east. If we eliminate things that wouldn't really be beneficial, like large bodies of water, we might be able to squeeze a couple extra blocks out of that 4 square miles.
And my next question, the final question is, isn't this or couldn't this or isn't there a component to this that is outreach?
Oh, absolutely. There's actually going to be contact with at least 25 different locations in each square mile. And we want this to be a very publicly known program that we have going, because we also think it's going to have a tremendous deterrent effect on anybody considering firing weapons in the area, because the police will be alerted sooner. And that's shown to be the truth in many cities where this technology is installed.
All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. One last question. These funds that we are receiving, they can't be used for any of the purposes that the last speaker had asked for, like drug rehabilitation, mental health counseling, and so forth. Those funds the funds that we're receiving cannot be used for that. Is that correct, Chief?
Law Enforcement Trust Fund money has a very specific rule book, a set of guidelines that we have to abide by, and they can only be spent on certain things. That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Mayor?
So,
Mayor?
yes, sir. Yep.
Yes, I just had a comment. I know that, by the way, I know that Ellie from South Middle River has been trying to call in and get online, and she's just been blocked. She can't get on. So I will just say that we do have a letter of support from the South Middle River Civic Association for this program. Not seeing it really as a militarization of the police department, but actually as a way to assist with the gun violence that we're experiencing. Also, I do want to just bring it to everyone's attention that earlier in the evening, we actually approved letter R of the consolidated budget amendment, which transferred the funds for this already. So we've actually already dealt with this earlier this evening. What are you laughing at, Commissioner?
I mean, you're spot on.
Okay.
Pretty sharp there, buddy.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Old age hasn't been, it's been kind to you.
But my beard's not as white as yours, just so you understand.
That's wisdom, brother.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. Thank
Gentlemen, I want to
Yes.
end the meeting today. Thank you.
All right,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Okay.
Anyway.
So do I hear?
You gave the speakers 3 minutes and you're cutting Steve off.
I know, really.
I
Ridiculous.
know,
Anyway.
I know. Is it that obvious? I know.
I think we want to know where the gunshots are coming from. As I said, South Middle River, which has been experiencing a lot of issues, are fully in favor. And as I said earlier, we've already approved the transfer of these funds earlier this evening. Thank you.
Okay.
Moved.
All right. Except for the items that have already been approved on the consent agenda, do I hear a motion to approve all the other consent agenda items?
Moved.
I think we should vote
Vote on
on
this one
CP10,
individually.
is that right,
I
Al?
can't hear what you're saying.
CP10 was pulled.
CP10 was pulled. Oh, that's right, okay. So, all right, so what we're going to do is we're going to vote separately on CP10 because it was pulled. Do I hear a motion to approve the contract? Hello?
So moved.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Vice Mayor, you seconding? Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas,
Commissioner Moritas?
Can anyone else hear me?
We can see you.
No. You have such a soft, delicate voice, it's hard to hear.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
So do you, Commissioner Glassman.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Mayor Trental.
Yes, and CP10 is approved. Now, do I hear a motion to approve all the rest of the consent agenda items? Hello?
Moved. Moved.
Moved.
Second.
Moved
Second.
and seconded. Thank you. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas,
Unmute yourself, Commissioner Moritas.
I see her.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm learning to read lips now.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Mayor Trental.
Yes, and all the rest of the consent agenda items are now approved. Phew. Okay, let's move on to M1, motion approving an event agreement related to road closure and extended hours for music with Winterfest, Inc. for the Seminole Hard Rock Winterfest Boat Parade. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner
Did we discuss
Sorensen,
it first?
I'm sorry?
Did we discuss it first, or we're just gonna go roll with it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do you have any, would you like to discuss it?
So is this a sponsorship?
No, Commissioner, this is the approval for the event to occur. They came in because of the run-up time that it takes to be able to fundraise and all. This would be our approval of the event itself, just so they can start that process. We do have language in the agreement that says that if we're not having special events at the time that this approval happens, that we reserve the right to cancel it in the future, but this allows them to start their planning process.
And that was my next question, so thank you, because we already had this discussion. So anyway, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from any of the rest of the commission? Okay. There being none, has someone moved this already? Okay.
You
Please
just gotta
call the
vote on
roll.
it, right?
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Mayor Trental.
Yes, and M1 is approved. M2, motion approving an interlocal agreement between Broward County and the City of Fort Lauderdale related to COVID-19 emergency order enforcement.
So Mayor, what this is,
I
just very,
explain that?
very briefly, this is an ILA that the county is seeking to enter into with cities in Broward County that have enforcement functions so that we can accept reports of COVID violations through their 311 system, and we can assign those for response, that our code officers can enforce those complaints that come into 311, and so that Broward County can distribute to us CARES funding to help with that enforcement in Fort Lauderdale.
Anyone have any questions with regard to this? Okay, hearing none, would someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by
Moved.
Moved by the Vice Mayor, second. Someone second it, please?
I think we
We already did.
All right.
Okay.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen, okay.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Mayor Trent House.
Yes, and M2 is approved. M3, this is a motion approving a parking lease agreement with Las Olas SMI LLC for marina parking spaces at the Las Olas parking garage, 200 East Las Olas Circle. Someone like to move the item?
Moved, but I also have some questions after we move in second.
Someone second it, please?
Yeah, second with questions.
Okay, questions?
Yes,
Go ahead,
thank
Vice
you,
Mayor.
Mayor. Chris, again, we had a lot of discussion at this, at my pre-agenda last night about this. Can you just explain under the recommended agreement includes the following? This is on the bottom of page 1 of the CAM, and it lists how many spaces, and I just want to make sure that people are clear. It says up to 215 reserved parking spaces and 100 general permits. So can you just help explain the difference between the 215 reserved parking spaces versus the 100 general permits? Knowing that the garage holds about 650 spaces, so actually 663, so that's almost half the garage. So if you can just explain that.
Yeah, I believe the first number, 215, is those parking spaces which are guaranteed, and the 100 general permits are for additional parking spaces if they exist at the time they're being used. Let me go to Ben Rogers to confirm my understanding of what he's negotiating in this agreement is correct.
Thank you.
Yes, Chris, that's accurate. The first 215 spaces, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, are for kind of operations for the marina. So it will deal with their valet, it will deal for dock space. So those who have dock space, have parking, things of that nature. The 100 general permits will allow the marina to purchase those on a month-by-month basis for the support staff. So if there's a restaurant there that has waiters or cooks, things like that, who need to come to work, that's what the 100 general permits would be for.
Okay, thank you. And correct me if I'm wrong, the first 100 spaces, I believe, are already included in the lease when we approved the marina, correct?
Correct. This agreement is allowing 100 parking spaces to be included at no charge as part of the ground lease contribution to help support the marina. The additional parking spaces are at the market rate plus an escalator depending on what spaces they are. So I think the next 65 is the market rate times 1.25%, and the ones on top of that are 1.5%.
Right. So basically, those next 65 spaces, they'll pay 25% above the market permit rate. And then the next 50 spaces, they will pay 50% above the market rate or whatever the permit is.
That's correct, and we left it that way so that way if rates get adjusted over time and into the future, that their rates would mirror the public rates plus an additional fee.
All right, excellent. Thank you for that clarification. I'm good with this. Thank you.
Chris, I've got a question.
Yes, go ahead, Ben.
Is there an agreement between the marina and the boat show?
I do not believe there is.
Why? I'm just not tracking what's going on here.
So I had a couple of phone calls today that, and so in full disclosure, Suntex called a couple of times today that I just wasn't able to take the call with other things that were going on. But I get conflicting stories. I get stories that it's close, and then I hear that it's very far apart. So I don't have a perfect answer for you other than I do not believe that they have come to terms and have made an agreement to this point.
Chris and Ben? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
I want everyone also, full disclosure, I have been in touch today with Suntex about this very question because I've been concerned. I have not been able to confirm with the boat show side, but I have been told that the final red line contract that was submitted by the boat show to Suntex has been approved and signed off on. There was one little piece of insurance question that was up in the air. I was told today that that was resolved, and I was told that counsel for the boat show has been told that the Suntex folks are ready to execute the boat show agreement as last presented to Suntex by the boat show, that they've agreed to all of the terms. How much of that is correct, we'll find out, but that's what I heard today.
Vice Mayor, I'm hearing the opposite today.
Okay, well, then obviously we have to figure out what's going on.
Okay, Chris, how do we, how do we, what's next with this?
Can't you get both parties on the phone, Chris, and find out what's going on at the same time?
Is Chris there?
He heard you. Technology.
I also want to hear, and Vice Mayor, maybe you probably have better insight than I do on this. The construction, what's any updates and kind of progress or what that plan is? You're on mute, Vice Mayor. I don't know if you're trying to speak.
Lips are moving.
Yeah.
I keep hitting mute. I keep going back and forth. Anyway, I hear that everything has been happening in terms of all of the permits with the state and issues with the county. I hear all of that's worked out with Portside Condo and the riparian line, et cetera, et cetera. So I hear that that's all moving forward, but maybe Chris can tell us. But I just got a text from Alan saying that they can't hear any of us.
Who can't? Because I'm getting texts saying I'm the only person they can hear.
I don't think they can hear us in the conference room right now.
Oh, now they can?
Oh, like the mayor can't hear. Okay.
Oh, mayor.
I can hear
Mayor.
you.
They had somebody playing with technology. See that guy to the left?
Yeah.
Him.
Maybe.
He said now they can hear us, but we can't hear them.
It might be a good thing. Vice Mayor, you get the time, everybody now.
Yeah.
There you go. Hey, we have a quorum, right?
Yeah.
We have a quorum. We don't need that room.
I don't know what they're doing there.
Come on, Vice Mayor, take charge.
Well, the mayor has not passed the gavel. I can't do that.
You got to take it at this point. Technology's falling down. We need you on this wall.
Do I look like Alexander Haig? Cut it out.
Let me see.
Whoa!
No.
There's the mayor on his computer.
There's the mayor.
Hey, there he is. Can't hear you.
Can't hear him.
Yourself, Mayor. Like you tell me.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you. See your face.
Looks like he's unmuted. That's kind of weird.
There's
Hey,
that guy
everybody.
again.
Chris, we're trying. Give us just a minute.
Maybe y'all call in with your
Mayor, I
phone.
don't know if you want to unmute that.
Steve, come on, man. We got to get this thing done.
I can't do that.
Come
The
on,
mayor's
really?
here.
Really?
Yes.
You gonna be a real vice mayor or what?
The mayor's talking.
We can't hear him.
You hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a little better, but it's echoish.
Echoing.
No.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break.
I hear you
Are we
now.
working? There we
We
go.
can hear you.
We're good?
We hear you.
That was
Yes,
good.
We're good?
let's keep going. Yes.
But it shows that I'm muted.
Yeah, no, but that's the
Talking into the
difference.
phone.
Mine was
here.
doing the same thing.
Yeah, you muted
All
there,
right.
so we're good.
Opposite for me.
All right. So, Mayor, let's just cut
Yes,
to the
sir.
chase. So we've got Eric Metz is on the line who can give us, I think, the Suntex perspective. And then I think we've got Boat Show represented by maybe Stephanie Toothaker can give us their perspectives. So we can just get right to the nitty gritty of this.
Okay, Eric, are you on the line? Eric, are you on the line?
Yes, he is.
Yes,
Okay, you got 3 minutes. Please give us some help here.
sure. So this is just Eric Metz, owner's rep, Suntex Marine, Los Olas, SMI. So I think there were a couple of things here. I think on the big question over sort of status and where we stand in construction, we are right now waiting for the state cabinet to hear the project that is anticipated to happen in September. We did get pushed out due to just COVID and the complexity of all that was going on, which was unanticipated. But that is our current trajectory. I think as Commissioner Glassman noted, we are in for building permits with DSD. They're very much aware of them and working on that through COVID, which is very appreciated. So that is all on track. We're also coordinating with Public Works on the pump station. We have some details there to work out with those folks to make sure it's the right situation, situated right, et cetera. But that is moving forward. And then on Boat Show, I think Commissioner Glassman, I spoke to Dave Filler today as well, who's a principal of Suntex here in Miami. And Dave did confirm with me what you said earlier, which is the red lines were accepted today, I think around noon or so, by Suntex's attorney and counsel in Dallas. So that is what I know on that. I did text Dave in the middle of this and have not heard back yet for more confirmation, but that is the latest that I know and got confirmed.
Okay, great. So fantastic. Then let's get Chris or Mayor, can we get Boat Show people, Stephanie Toothaker on the
Okay,
line?
so Robert Lockery, are you there? Robert, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
All right. Yeah. And Eric identified exactly the same. He did a more eloquent job than I could have done. That's consistent with everything I've heard today. Consistent with where we are with the city and the state related to.
I can't understand them.
Yeah.
Robert, your voice is garbled.
Is that any better?
Much better.
Yeah. And who are you representing, Robert?
I work with Suntex. Eric and I had independent conversations with David Miller today, and we both would report the same thing. More eloquently than I could do on what's been reported and where we are both with the state of Florida and the city of Fort Lauderdale and the Boat Show.
Great, Mayor. So now let's get the Boat Show people on the phone.
I don't know who's representing the Boat Show.
I think Stephanie represents.
Is she still on?
We have no one representing the Boat Show signed up to speak.
Hi, Mayor. This is Stephanie Toothaker. I am on.
Oh, okay, great. So, Commissioner Sorensen, do you have any questions of Ms. Toothaker?
Yeah. So is all this lining up? Everything's been accepted. The red lines have all been accepted, Stephanie?
Well, thank you for asking the question. I in a text that I received from my client at 6:21 p.m., we are closer than we've ever been, but we do not have a signed agreement, and there are some outstanding issues that are not resolved. We are hopeful that they will be resolved quickly, but they are not as of tonight. Those are not resolved issues, and there is not an agreed to agreement. It's not that we don't have a signed agreement. We hope that we can do that quickly, but we don't have one.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I just received a text that said there is an approved version and their attorney acknowledged it. This is from Suntex. I have an email from their attorney at 2:40 p.m. today We are updating only an exhibit per their request, and that should be it. That's the text I just received.
So
Okay.
what, Alan,
Yes.
why are we negotiating a contract between two entities? Are we allowed to do that? I mean, what's the protocol? I'm not saying we're right or wrong. I just want to know what we should be doing.
Well, we're not actually negotiating. What under the lease, under section 5.3 of the lease, they Suntex is required to provide us with an execution and delivery of a long-term financial agreement of at least 25 years with the boat show. That's part of the pre-development period, which it technically is expired. So it's long overdue. So we are just trying to, as the city manager has stated, we've been hearing conflicting stories, depending on who you ask, whether an agreement's in place. We just need an agreement in place to the satisfaction of both parties. So we're not actually negotiating, we're just trying to get a status as to where they're at, because that is a critical and substantial requirement of the lease.
So to me, where they're at is there's an offer on the table that has not been accepted. What happens if the parties don't agree?
If the parties don't agree and there's no agreement, then they would be in breach of the lease, and the city commission could essentially terminate and move on.
So to me,
technically we could do that now.
Yeah. So I mean, because it seems like one party is doing more than the other. I'm not going to point out the obvious, but because Commissioner Swans has asked this question before, and as the Vice Mayor has, and we seem to stop right here every time.
Let me ask the commission this. There seems to be some pieces that need to be in place. We don't have a boat show agreement. We don't have, I understand now that something about the pump station.
There's still work to be done.
Still work to be done there.
Pump station.
I want to defer this item until those conditions precedent are satisfied. What do you say, Vice Mayor? This is your district. What would you like to do?
Come on.
I would ask Chris, is the garage agreement tied to the boat show or the pump station issue?
It is a separate agreement that is bundled up under the same lease.
Okay, so then I don't know what it would do to defer this or wait. Wouldn't we want to start checking the boxes and getting as many of these pieces done as they come to us as possible? I mean, I'm hopeful that hearing what I'm hearing tonight, that we're probably closer to the boat show agreement than we've ever been. If it's true what I'm reading, that it's just an exhibit that needs to be cleaned up. If that's true, that's hopeful. And then I'm not sure what we can do about the pump station. What's the outstanding issue on the pump station, Chris?
Where it ultimately goes and who pays for it.
Okay, and how are those talks going?
I know the talks are continuing, but I don't have an up to today update for you.
Well,
yeah, I mean,
again, I don't see the connection among all of these different pieces, and I'd rather put each one to bed as they get to us, and hopefully we just check off all the boxes in time. That's just my opinion.
So we can't move forward unless we have an agreement, right? I'm just trying to understand. We cannot move forward if we don't have an agreement. Am I correct?
No, we can move forward with this.
Alan.
You can move forward with this. The issue we've had, as the city manager pointed out, and Mayor again.
Yeah.
It's one of the components. The problem we've had, as the city manager alluded to, we've been down this road before many, many times. We've been at the cusp of an agreement, but it never seems to materialize. And past the deadlines, we're at a point now where we need to get this done. And we seem to be agreeing and providing approval of items one at a time, but we're not getting the critical, probably the most critical aspect of this lease of what remains is this execution of the boat show agreement. So this is just, again, it's up to the city commission as to what they want to do. It's one of the components, but we need to, for the lack of a better term, there needs to be some pressure there that this needs to get done because we're overdue. We had extended the deadline to April 1st. We're long past April 1st, and we need to get this done.
Is there a current deadline, Alan?
No, they are overdue. So technically, if you
expired.
wanted to default, you could default now.
So should we set a deadline from which, if it's not met, then we will, move for default? I don't know how to add urgency to this.
Well, under
I
the
think Alan
lease, we
said
have
we
to
got to add pressure.
under
How?
the lease, you'd have to under the lease, we'd have to provide some notice, which we can, but a hard deadline we can always set. The commission wants to set. It's not in the actual lease, so we have to travel under the lease. But certainly, if you want to impose a deadline to add some pressure to get this done, because we're just
Rather carry it in default and extend a verbal deadline, but
yeah. I mean, it's up to you what you want.
Didn't we already establish a deadline? Wasn't that the
Yeah.
April deadline?
Yeah,
April.
that was the
Right.
right. So now,
2020. So we've already established a deadline. That deadline has passed.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
but in all fairness to parties, because we were under the stay-at-home shutdown, that occurred, in the middle of all that. So, in good faith, maybe we could extend it another 30 days. But I don't see going forward with this until we know that for sure those other agreements are concluded.
I say we pass this, keep moving forward, expect that they're going to operate in good faith and get this done. And if Vice Mayor is accurate, then they're basically done. If it's just an exhibit, so it should be done in a week.
Well,
Well,
it's not
also-
just an exhibit. It's not just
Also-
an
He
exhibit.
said, no, he said
It's
it's
a-
just an exhibit.
Well, you can call it just an exhibit, but there's no agreement with the boat show, nor is there an agreement regarding the pump station as to who pays for it and where it goes. Those aren't just exhibits. Those are vital components to the original agreement.
But the pump
And
station is our issue. The boat show agreement is between Suntex and the
Yeah.
boat show.
I agree with you 100%, but here's my concern is that I think the city manager said it best, and Alan repeated it, which is we've been down this road before, and we're hearing the same old song. There's a contractual agreement out there that needs to be agreed upon before we move forward, but for some reason or another, we get here, and I appreciate Vice Mayor. I'm saying it's as close as we ever been, but can I see what we are close to ever being? Because at least one party has given you something. The other party is saying that there's still some things that we haven't agreed on. I mean, when are you going to agree on? Boat show come and go again, before we get this thing done. I'm just saying. This is like poker, okay? Come on, let's be realistic. We got some of the best lawyers in the room on both sides, and you guys can't get a simple agreement. I mean, we just did some other things that I thought might have been impossible early on in the agenda, but we can get this done.
Commissioner McKenzie, I think it's not so much lawyers. I think it's the financial terms that they can't agree to.
I think the financial terms have been agreed to.
What are the other outstanding issues of Vice Mayor?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out what that exhibit is that they were referencing today. What is that outstanding exhibit? I have no idea.
I'm trying to find out too, sir.
Well,
let's move on. What do you want to do, Vice Mayor? What do you want to do? Let's move on.
It looks like the update on the exhibit is they wanted Suntex to update the design exhibit to show boats in the slips instead of just slips. Well, that seems to be a minor thing to put boats in the slips in a design exhibit. That's just a design exhibit. So it looks like the design exhibit, whatever that is the only holdup. If that's if that's correct information, but that's what I'm being told is the exhibit that needs to be finalized. A design exhibit. And all the monetary issues I've been told have been resolved.
Isn't this a design bill?
Wait, Ms. Toothaker, have all the financial monetary terms been agreed to? You have to unmute yourself.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. There are a couple of different issues going on. The agreement itself, the parties are very close to each other. There are other financial issues between the parties that are unsettled. So there are other financial issues between the parties that are unsettled. This agreement, from my client's perspective, will not be signed until those financial issues are settled. So the Vice Mayor is probably right about the exhibit. I am sharing with you what my client said to me at 6:30 this afternoon.
We should let Eric speak as well. He has his hand.
Mr. Metz, are you still on the line?
Yes, no, I am, commissioners. So yeah, I was trying to jump in earlier, but it would not work. The issue that we're mentioning there, as Stephanie referenced, refers to FPL. And part of the design is ensuring that Boat Show has the adequate placement of FPL equipment throughout the marina, so they have a long-term ability to make this their long-term home for what they're doing here for mega yachts. And that's really important to us, and getting that right is critical. FPL improvements unfortunately cost money to do, and working through that with Boat Show is the last little bit of it. In that exhibit, we have to identify what FPL really needs from their loads, from their detailed perspective, how they want to actually operate that. And that's why putting boats in the area matters, and that has to be basically agreed on by both parties. But that's just an exhibit to it. The financial terms of the lease itself, which is the kind of the core part of the agreement, all that stuff's been taken care of and agreed to. It's really now down to how do we power the boats for the next 50 years. That's what we're trying to get down and locked into that exhibit.
So Eric, how much time do you guys need to just wrap this agreement up? Seriously, because this is getting to sound like just ridiculous.
Unfortunately, Commissioner, there's a lot of discussion on both sides because both are operating, right? I think we're looking at realistically the next 15 to 30 days to have that completed.
The entire Boat Show agreement can be completed between 15 and 30 days.
Yes.
That's one side saying it.
That's one side. Stephanie, what do you think?
I would agree with that. I think it could be wrapped in 30 days.
Great. So can we figure that out as a timeline, guys? Approve the garage, parking permits, check that off our list, and give these folks 30 days to do this, or else we do whatever we have to do.
So why don't we give them, so we need to defer the item then, give them 30 days to come to some resolution, and then we can pick this up at our next meeting in August. Does that make sense?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't think the garage, I like checking the boxes off as soon as everything is concluded. The garage to me is not germane to the boat show. I would rather just move forward with this piece and then deal with the boat show within 30 days. Or once we have that, and then we can move on to the pump station. I'm really hoping that our team and Suntex gets, I would also like to see the pump station resolved within 30 days. And then we can just keep rolling forward.
Yeah, let's approve this and keep moving. I agree.
Yes.
Well, let me ask Alan, if we approve this and it turns out that an agreement with the boat show cannot be made, an agreement regarding the pump station cannot be made, are we still obligated to give Las Olas SMI the spaces?
Well, they wouldn't be, if the leasehold is done, I'd have to go back and look at specific language of it, but I don't, because the leasehold would be, the
leasehold would be extinguished, but we're still entering into an agreement for the use of the parking spaces.
We are. I'd have to, I don't want to just speak off the cuff. Let me look at that. I think it would be.
Can I jump in again? Can I just say
that
Suntex would have no desire to lease the garage without the ground lease. That's just not what we're looking to do.
Yeah, but they would want to release it to the boat show for a higher.
There's limitations.
Well,
there
no, boat show already preempts that. They have their agreement with the city. I think gives them an exclusive on the garage for a number of weeks. I forget the time period, but Someone on
Yes.
staff may know better, so.
Yes, that's in
Okay.
the attached, that's in the attached agreement for the parking garage.
Okay. We have one more person who signed up to speak, Mr. Chettle. Are you there? Is Paul Chettle there? You see him there?
I see him, still on, he's just unmuted. There he's off.
I'm unmuted
Chettle.
now. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Commissioner
Chettle, you have 3
Sorensen, just so you know, Commissioner Sorensen, the alternate C3 lease was approved by the commission on October 18th, 2016. So we're in 2020. So when Commissioner McKenzie tells you that this has been going on for a while, it's been going on for a while. And we've been here many, many times before. The city manager knows that I do not like this item. He knows I vehemently disagree. I find it stunning that we would give an agenda item like this when we still haven't got the boat show agreement from April 1st. We were told very clearly that there would be an amendment to the lease if we didn't get it by April 1st. I understand the COVID thing. It's fine. I understand. But this is a giveaway. This up to 153 grand, if that's accurate in the backup, up to 153, this is conservatively a $400,000 to $500,000 asset to the city. We're not in the business of subsidizing. We still don't have any financials for the boat show. I mean, for the Los Olas Marina, that was never provided to the public. So, you know, this is another BHMR. This is signing a really lowball contract again on public land for a long period of time, and it's 153 grand. They're going to make that and more just on the boat show week alone, and then you're going to give this garage to them for all the other events and all the other things that they're going to do. So my simple request is to defer this and use this as leverage. And as far as any pump station and who's paying for it, I don't know what that sentence exactly meant, but the city of Fort Lauderdale is not paying for the pump station for this marina. We secured that with Lee Feldman 4 years ago. That was never, ever under debate by Suntex ever. So I'm not sure who that concern is between now, but that's part of the deal. They pay for the pump station, and we as the city tell them where to put it. That's it. Thank you very much, Mayor. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you so much. Does someone wish to make a motion?
We have a motion in a second.
There's a motion and a second already? Okay. There's a motion to approve M3. Anybody else wishing to speak or have any comments on this? There being none, Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas? Yes. Vice Mayor Glassman? That looks like a yes.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and M3 is approved. Moving on to resolutions, R1, appointment of board and committee members. Mr. Clerk, would you like to read the names in?
Mayor, Commissioners, for the August 18th resolution, the upcoming one, for consensus nominations for the Complete Count Advisory Committee, Commissioner Sorensen has nominated for reappointment Evan Goldman, Ann Mihai, Jeffrey Thompson, and Corey Thiel. For the Code Enforcement Board, another consensus seat, Commissioner Moritas has nominated Zoe Metro, and that's an alternate seat. And then for individual nominations for the August 18th meeting, for the Aviation Advisory Board, Commissioner Moritas is going to put forward Robert Laughlin. For tonight's resolution, Cemetery Systems Board of Trustees, Chelsea Krebs, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Also Richard Kurtz, nominated by Commissioner McKenzie. Charter Revision Board, James Brady, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Citizen Police Review Board, Bernadette Norris Weeks, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Code Enforcement Board, Michael Mathis, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen, and that's a consensus, and that's a full member. Education Advisory Board, Tom's Lav Lusick, appointed, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Historic Preservation Board, Veronica Cesara, nominated by Vice Mayor Glassman. Housing Authority of the City of Fort Lauderdale Board of Commissioners, Josiah Graham, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. MPO Citizens Advisory Committee, Christina Curry, nominated by Mayor Trentalis, and Anthony Wright, nominated by Commissioner McKenzie. And Parks, Rec, and Beaches Board, Darren Heitner, nominated by Mayor Trentalis.
Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing and nominating if applicable board and committee members as set in the exhibit attached here to the native part hereof. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas? Yes. Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and those appointments are now passed by the commission. Congratulations, everybody. R2, resolution approving the use of housing opportunities for persons with AIDS CARES Act award and delegating authority to the city manager to execute associated agreements. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Anyone have any questions? Please call the roll.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale approving increased services for the housing opportunities for persons with AIDS program as described in CAM number 20-0496, delegating authority to the city manager to execute service agreements and any other documents related thereto with Hopeless service providers providing for an effective.
Okay, before you call the roll, this has been pointed out to me that there were two people that asked to speak. Is Jeff Weinberger there? Jeff is supporting it, and so is Shanna Cartwright, both of whom asked to speak.
Shanna's
folks on the line?
I see Shanna. I do not see,
Is Jeff Weinberger there?
no.
No. Okay, Shanna Cartwright? Shanna?
Hello?
Shanna, you support
Can you hear
this?
me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. On this thing here, I just want to know, because I talked to you guys last time for the vouchers for the homeless, but turn around, we're having troubles now trying to get a housing. And I want to know what's going on about that because, you know, it's kind of messed up because we've been doing everything what they want us to do. And next thing I know, they're throwing people out on the street already. You know, we're doing everything what we're supposed to be doing, you know, seeing our case managers and all that. Next thing I know, we don't even know what's going on here at the motel we're at. You know, this getting kind of messed up.
Okay, is your phone number the one listed on this piece of paper?
Yes, it is.
All right, we'll have the head of neighborhood support get in touch with you to try to straighten this out. I remember you from a previous meeting, and I apologize for the disconnect, but we'll definitely have someone get in touch with you after tonight, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
All right.
Okay, there being nobody else who has asked to speak on this
Mayor,
item.
Jeff Weinberger is emailing me saying he's on the phone. Chris, it looks like his cell phone is 839-5376.
Don't.
Hey, don't
at all.
Don't say the phone number.
Okay, I didn't say the area code.
Okay.
I do not see a call-in. We have one call-in listener, and it does not match that number.
Okay.
So I don't know what to,
Well, my information is that he supports the resolution. So, all right, let's call for a vote. It's getting late.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and R2 is approved. R3, a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a consent order between the City of Fort Lauderdale and the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection regarding preventive maintenance of the city's community water system. I have one person who signed up to speak. That's Paul Chettle. Mr. Chettle, are you there? Mr. Chettle, are you there?
I have been unmuted. Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Resolution 3, consent order. Very quickly, countless residents voiced concern about clean drinking water in the city for a long time. Obviously, you provide 250,000 people with clean drinking water. This is another hemorrhoitis. This is another policy issue that I've got a problem with, and this time it got you in big trouble. So back in August of 2017, as one of many examples, there was a failing sewer pipe. I know that's not a surprise, and they were, broken 7 times in 18 months. And so the city needed money. So in August, the city went to the local piggy bank called Five Ash and abandoned a bunch of items. 3 residents showed up, pleaded with the commission to seek alternative sources of revenue, a lowly renter, a former commissioner, and a citizen of the year. And we were unsuccessful. The commission voted to approve abandoning the projects from Five Ash. Robert McKenzie decided to tell us as the public that we were wasting his time. Bruce Roberts told us that we were engaging in hyperbole. We were not wasting anybody's time, and we were not engaging in any hyperbole. We were educated, informed residents who cared. And it's only 3 minutes a person. That's a whole 9 minutes. I think we can handle 9 minutes of public speaking. Yet again, the public was right. All we were doing was reading the reports from your city staff, from your consultants that you paid for with public money, and the city master plan, which you paid $1.2 million from the public money. The commissioners have been wrong now for years. Total 3 consent orders that you're facing, 252 million gallons in raw sewage, and an outage of drinking water for almost 250,000 people. You've ignored the staff reports. We read them. You ignored the master plan. We read them. You ignored the consultant reports. We read them. The CIP plans, the budget requests, the state warning letters, the state consent orders, the state fines. Okay? This isn't a good policy, deferring maintenance. It's a terrible policy, and this went from the county to the lawmakers to the state. And the next level is the feds. And they're not going to come with consent orders, and they're not going to come with Mickey Mouse little fines either, like the one that you've been given. This is all self-inflicted. This is not a problem with regular residents. This is a problem of policy. And it's very simple. This is a very bad idea. And you're going to continue to get fines until you learn. And the people keep asking you to stop, and you'll keep doing it. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, thank you so much.
I feel like I'd like to respond to that just to set the record straight on what this item is. This is a consent order that was negotiated with the state as it relates to the water pipe drilling into incident that occurred in July of last year. That was a Florida Power and Light contractor that drilled into our supply line from the well field that carried untreated drinking water to the Five Ash plant. And as a result, this order comes to us because of a system that we had in place at one point that we abandoned for whatever reason, and I'm not sure, and that was the exercising of the valves program. We talked about this a budget and a half ago. Yes. We negotiated this with DEP, and candidly, this just puts on paper what we were already doing. And, we brought those valve exercising crews back. They're back today, and this is one of those that we essentially agree with what we were already doing.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate your explaining that. And, what Mr. Chettle is talking about is certainly a policy that is not followed by this commission. This commission has consistently understood its responsibility to move forward aggressively to try to rehabilitate our systems, and does so as we can, despite a lot of difficulties we've now had to suffer. But I'm proud of this commission and its attitude of moving forward. Someone like to introduce the resolution? Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
Okay. Please call the roll. Please read it, and then please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving a consent order with the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection delegating to the city manager the authority to execute said agreement and providing for severability and an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas,
Commissioner Moritas? Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and R3 is approved. Now hitting 10 o'clock. I need a motion to extend the meeting. Can we do it another hour? I hear a motion
Moved.
to do that? Moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the meeting will be extended 1 hour. Folks, I need a 10-minute break. Can we just break right here so we can, and then get back? 10 minutes.
I can even, this is not over. This is not over. This is not over.
Ready, David? You on? Okay.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are back in session. Is everybody here? All right.
Yes.
So, great. So we'll move on to PH1, public hearing and adoption of resolution approving notice of award and sale of city-owned property. Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, Mayor, I need to seek a deferral on this item until August the 18th at the request of the purchaser.
Okay, there's a request to defer to August 18th. Will someone please move that item for deferral?
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas, Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
He may not have come back yet.
Okay, not present. And Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. And the item PH1 is now, excuse me, deferred to August 18th, 2020. Okay, PH2 is a public hearing and adoption of resolution approving the Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board's recommendation for approval of land purchase at 1016 Waverly Road as provided in the Parks and Recreation bond resolutions. I have a couple questions, if I may. It's my understanding that this property was sold just a few years ago for like $1 million, and now we're being asked to buy it for $2.6 million.
We can speak to a couple of things there. We can speak to I can look up its transaction and tell you exactly what transactions are. The other, and then we can talk appraised value of the appraisals that we got. Luis will be ready. I'm looking at the first answer, and I know you can speak to appraisals. So it does appear as though it was sold in 2013 for $1,052,000. That is correct, Mayor. Prior to that, in 2001, it had sold for $1,495,000. I'm not sure in exactly what condition it was in both of those transactions. But and further instead of the discussion related to price, Louisa, can you offer for the commission what the appraised values are based upon the appraisals that you ordered?
Yes, so the first appraised value was at $2,625,000. The second appraisal was at $2,280,000, and the average of the two is $2,452,500.
Thank you.
Now, when that property sold for $1,050,000, there was a house on it, wasn't there?
I do not know. In 2013, I think.
I do know.
Yes. Yes.
There was a house on there.
Yes.
And this issue came up. This property came up for discussion when the then owner wanted to be able to tear down the house and build a much larger home to be able to invite their children to be able to visit them.
It's the same owner.
Yes. When I was on a commission at that time, it was very controversial. Ultimately, we agreed to allow them to demolish the house because, well, at least the commission made that decision. And now we have the same property without the house, but with the same issues in terms of it being a historic site. It's got a midden on there, and I've actually spoken with some of the adjacent property owners who are concerned a couple things, like even if we purchase this property for the $2.6 million, how much money is going to be dedicated to rehabilitate the site and to and convert it into a usable park to the extent that we can actually do construction on the site. I mean, all kinds of issues. I just want to make sure we're not going down a rabbit hole here of, spending $2.6 million to purchase it and then spending another $2.6 million trying to convert it into a park that doesn't upset the historical significance of the site. Who can respond to these questions?
So I think, well, let me take a first stab, and then we'll, and I'm going to take a process stab, and then we can go to the people.
Okay.
Talk about future use. This was a property that came forward as an opportunity adjacency to an existing park. That was one of the criteria that was looked at in determining what might make suitable park.
That's across the street?
Across the street from William Lauderdale Park. I understand that the city at one point in the past made a run at trying to purchase it, and they could just never get on price. And so it was identified again as a potential future park because of its adjacency there to the William Lauderdale Park. We got the appraisals and made a non-binding offer to see if we could get to a letter of interest that was approved by both parties. We took it to the Parks, Rec, and Beaches Advisory Board, and they supported it for acquisition as future parkland. We also reached out to the president of the Sailboat Bend HOA and tried to gauge this sense of what the neighborhood wanted to do, and the response we got from the president of the HOA was that there was interest in it being acquired for parkland. now enter the historic aspect of it. And in the past week, it's taken a different turn with some additional questions about its historic capacity. So let's go. We have Tricia Logan on the call. We brought her along on purpose to talk about what different development or use issues might exist because of the archaeological condition of the property. And so let's start there, and then we'll see what kind of questions you might still have. So Tricia, good evening, good morning, I guess it's still evening. Good evening.
Trish, are you there?
Can't hear you.
Not working. So, Anthony, are you on the call?
She's there, can't hear.
I am.
Can you reach out to Tricia? Oh, there we go. Okay, let's go to Tricia now. Okay, go ahead, Tricia.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Tricia Logan, Historic Preservation Planner in the Department of Sustainable Development. I apologize for the mute issue. This property had a phase 1 archaeological survey conducted in 2014 by Archaeological and Historical Conservancy Incorporated. That survey resulted in a number of positive results for archaeological material on the site. And as part of the survey, it was recommended that the site should be preserved as much as possible, and recommended a phase 2 survey to be conducted, as well as archaeological monitoring to be done in the event that there are further ground disturbances on the site. If construction were to occur on the site, the location where the now extant house was located would be the optimal location for that construction. And within the report, the archaeological consultant stated that if additional structures are placed on the site outside of the previously developed portion of the site, that those new structures should be placed on pilings rather than footers to minimize the potential impacts to the archaeological site. And then there's other methods of placing fill in locations wherever possible for additional protection. And the intent would be to retain that mid-end ridge elevation and the overall form of the site to protect it as much as possible.
So in terms of acquiring this property and converting it to public park space, is this property suitable for that? And what portion of the property would be available for public park space without interfering or interrupting its current status as having historical significance?
It is my understanding that the entire lot could be utilized as park space. It's just a matter of what could be constructed and where it could be constructed. So the former home was located on the eastern portion of the lot, and then the located on the western portion.
So we would not be able to use the western portion, is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that it wouldn't be able to be utilized, but it would be preferred as far as what is recommended in the archaeological report to preserve that section on the western end as best as possible by not constructing something in that area.
Well, let me ask you something. Would children be allowed to use that as a play area? Would people be able to walk their dogs there? I'm talking specifically about the western side where the midden is. I mean, are we buying property and then finding ourselves not able to use the entire site for the purposes for which it is intended?
I would say you could look at Miami Circle on the Miami River as an example of utilization of a significant archaeological site as a park. That parcel is preserved underground, and above ground there is some signage for interpretation and some rocks laid out in a format that provides a level of interpretation for where the site is located underground, but people are still able to utilize the site as a park space and walk around and enjoy that space.
So So the answer is yes, then, we can.
Oh, yes,
we can
yes.
So we can use, you can utilize the bid-in as park space.
I believe so. I don't think there's a conflict with the archaeology in that respect, but would state that providing a level of interpretation to the site would be helpful.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Moritas, do you have any questions?
No, I really don't. I mean, I did have the question that Tricia was talking about, the archaeological stuff, but it's
Okay.
a property on the water. The neighbors would like it.
Okay, Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do have a couple of questions and also some concerns, and Tricia, if you can hang in there with me. First, I want to talk about this, Mayor, because you brought up the two reports that we did read in our backup, the appraisals of this property, Exhibit 2. I went through both of them and read every single page. Here's my issue, and I'll start with the price of the property. The Adrian Gonzalez appraisal makes no mention at all of the Indian Midden, and relies heavily on the owner's representation of being able to develop a site with 16 family homes. I think that's a misrepresentation. And I also think that any appraiser should know the job that needs to get done on an archaeological site. So to issue I don't know, was it a 60-page appraisal, I think it was, and not to mention anything about the fact that this is an archaeological site and that might have basically an effect on what can happen on that site, that's a glaring omission. And I would discount that $2,625,000 appraisal immediately, because I think that was an appraisal that is very suspect. The second appraisal from the Urban Group, a little bit better. It talks about one line. It says, and there is a potential historical Indian mound. That too is ridiculous, because every single report and every single, if you look at the Architectural Resource Survey for Sailboat Bend, if you speak to anyone that knows about the archaeological digs that have been done on the site, we know that it's not a potential historical Indian mound. So I would even discount that $2,280,000. To go back to the Adrian Gonzalez appraisal for the high amount that we're actually meeting here, on page 20, letter L, there's a section called easements, encroachments or restrictions and the effect or limitations on the site. And he actually says no known, which would have any negative impact or limits on the use of the site. Well, that's just incompetent, if you ask me. So I don't know why we're even looking at that appraisal. He then goes on to say on page 35, under public and private restrictions, quote, there are no known public or private restrictions which would have a negative effect on or limit the use of this site. Again, that's not an accurate statement. So I'm having real serious issues with this. I look at the purchase agreement that the city has with the owner. It's dated March 6, 2020, and I don't know why we actually signed an agreement when the actual agreement calls for governmental approvals throughout the process on a variety of issues, and that there are rights that the purchaser has to terminate or at least ask for an extension. Those extension deadlines in the agreement that we have signed calls for 120 days where you have to give notice that you will ask for an extension or terminate the agreement. Well, 120 days from March 6th was yesterday. So again, I do not understand why a signed agreement was put into place before we all had to get a chance to look at the information and vet it as well. And those are my comments on the appraisals, because I think that they're really woefully lacking. Here are my other concerns. When Sailboat Bend Association said, yes, they'd love this as a park, of course they would. Who wouldn't? This is a beautiful piece of property. But I think what's happened is there might be some misconceptions of what might happen. They think, oh, a park, and if they think they're going to get a Ferris wheel and tennis courts and playgrounds, well, guess what? That's going to be a really difficult challenge on this site. So I just don't want anyone in the neighborhood to expect something and then be so terribly disappointed later on when they find out that those expectations cannot be met. So that's a serious concern, because at first blush, of course, it sounds wonderful. This is a beautiful space on the water. But for a recreational park, the Bark site from the county would be much better in Sailboat Bend. Or if we actually were to purchase this site with everyone understanding that this will be a very passive area, maybe we could do the recreational part in the Lauderdale Park and get rid of the road and connect the two and have some of that recreational stuff there. I'd like to hear what people think about that. There are best practices for public approaches to middens, Indian middens. And you might actually even decide that we're going to have an elevated walkway around the site so the ground is not disturbed. Sounds kind of different for a park, but maybe not, because this might be an opportunity to have a really educational experience in this park if we did a good job in explaining the history of the Tequesta Indians and how this really is a prehistoric site. If you look at the information in the Architectural Resource Survey for Sailboat Bend for this address, 1016 Waverly, you'll find a wealth of information. And I can just see us doing a really good job, but we would have to spend some money to make this a very educational type of passive park. We also have an incredible banyan-like tree in this park that would have to probably be staked off so that children and anyone else wouldn't start climbing it. The root system's incredible. The tree itself is incredible and probably worthy of designation. So that's something else that we would have to look at. I believe that actually in 2014 on that phase 1 archaeological survey, there was at least one human remain found when that dig was done, when the house was demolished. I have looked back over the issue when it came to the City Commission in 2014. There were lots of concerns from the State Division of Historical Resources. There were lots of concerns from Broward County, actually, on this site when that proposal came to demolish the home, which was permitted. So again, we have to really look at this site so carefully. We have to look at the, the lesser areas on the lower on the side, the dense part of the midden, which is the higher terrain. Again, because it's so sensitive, I just want to make sure that we're all going into this eyes wide open and understanding that the neighborhood can understand exactly what to expect. Because I think that's going to be the crux of the matter. I've had my conversation with the president of Sailboat Bend Civic Association, who understands this. And also acknowledges that perhaps enough information wasn't presented to the neighborhood when this first was moved forward. So again, that's pretty much, I'm looking over some of the other notes that I might have. Those are basically my concerns. I just want to make sure that we're doing right by the neighborhood, by the city. Actually, the Tequesta Indians no longer exist, but the Seminoles have sort of taken up their cause afterwards. I would certainly hate to see us do something and then all of a sudden have a PR nightmare with the Seminole Indians or anyone else that would take exception with what we might be doing here. Basically, that's about it. If anyone can address any of those issues, but I really do want to go back to the fact that I'm just taking such exception with the appraisals and the severe omissions from both appraisals of what this site represents. They did not do their homework. They did not do their research. And that to me is a real dereliction of duty when it comes to those appraisals. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. Commissioner McKenzie, do you have any thoughts? Commissioner McKenzie?
Shaking his head no.
No? Okay. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely share those concerns Vice Mayor shared. So, Vice Mayor, what do you want to do with this? I mean, what's your...
Well, if I had my druthers and legal says okay, I would actually love to terminate this agreement unless the city manager thinks that it's still a good thing to go forward and we'd be able to maybe vacate that road and have some recreational thing on the William Lauderdale Park site. But I also think we need time to talk to the neighborhood because they did not have a full understanding or a full presentation on all of the ramifications of this site. Would I love to see this acquired by the city? Without a doubt. It's a gorgeous site. But I think 2.625 million, and we're actually going with the higher appraisal of the two by 400,000, is way out of line for this site. The present owners that we are buying this from, as has previously been stated, paid just a little over $1 million. And by the way, the appraisals were done way pre-COVID. One was done in November of 2019, and one was done in January of 2020. So that in and of itself says to me that these appraisals are inflated. I guess, I would hate to see us lose this parcel, but I'll be honest with you. I don't think anyone is banging down the door to develop this site. And I think when the current owner said to one of the appraisers that he was ready to go with a development for 16 single-family homes on that site, I don't believe that. And I don't think that anyone is going to rush right now to acquire this archaeological site, because what are they going to be able to do with it? So those are my thoughts.
Okay. All right, anyone else have any comments on this? Okay, so
I have not thought through it from the perspective of abandoning roads and that kind of thing. So I do not have an answer for the Vice Mayor tonight.
Okay. So, Vice Mayor, since this is in your district, what do you want to do today? You want to defer this until, I think we had a deadline to have accepted the contract before today. So
right, and can someone explain to me how we enter into a contract in March on this site for $2.625 million when it's just coming to us today in July?
Well, we do have a due diligence period, and we do have I'm asking the attorney to pull the language out of the contract that shows that anything that we signed was subject to the government's approval. So,
well, at this point, I don't think it matters. But what would you like to do with this offer?
I would not like to go forward at this time at that price, and for the various understandings that I've expressed. It does not mean that I'm not willing to see the city purchase this site, but not for $2.625 million, and not until we can figure out if we're going to be able to do justice to this site, and the neighborhood understands that this is not going to be a recreational park. That's my concern as well. If we can figure out, I don't know why we can't look at that county park site, or if we do purchase this, again, making this an educational, very passive, non-disturbing of the land site, and then maybe do the recreational part in the Lauderdale adjacent to it. But that would be my course of action.
Okay, so do you want to move to why don't you make a motion with regard to this item?
I'll make a motion to deny.
I make a motion to deny?
Well, there's a separate, I think the actual contract is under PH3. I think this item deals with just the recommendation, the public hearing recommendation.
Do you want to accept, or do you want to, a motion needs to be made as to whether to accept or not accept the recommendation of the Parks Board. So.
Well, I would move to deny that recommendation.
All right, okay.
And this is not an easy thing for me to say. This is my district. It's in a magnificent piece of land, but there's just too many issues right now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's a resolution approving. It would actually be this would be defeated. So the actual resolution is to approve. So you would vote against approval.
Okay. So Vice Mayor, you're introducing the resolution as submitted.
Okay.
Okay, and then and if you're against it, you vote no. If you're in favor of it, you vote yes. Okay, so please call any further questions?
Anybody signed up for public hearing?
Public hearing. This is
PH2?
PH2. No one signed up for PH2. Please call the roll.
Okay. A resolution is the Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the recommendation of the Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board for the property acquisition located at 1016 Beverly Road, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33312, as provided for in bond resolution number 20-08, providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
let's make sure that, let's make sure everybody's clear on how they're voting. So if you are in favor of purchase, vote yes. If you are against purchase, the vote would be no.
Oh, sorry, no, we're moving to deny, no.
Commissioner Moritas?
No.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
No.
Commissioner McKenzie?
No.
Mayor Trentell?
No. So the recommendation by the Parks, Recreation, and Beach Advisory Board is not accepted. We move on to PH3. Does that become moot now?
Probably should still do the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, we have to have a public hearing.
Yeah, I would open the public hearing. You can refer to the comments that were made before, but I would have a separate vote for it.
Okay. So with that vote, okay.
This is a motion. This is a motion, not a resolution.
Okay.
So.
Would someone like to, Ken Krasnow, you're on. You signed up to speak. You just here to answer questions?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm here to answer any questions or actually give some, market perspective if anybody would care to hear it.
Sure. Why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what the commissioners are saying, and I hear the concerns. This is a very rarely available, waterfront site that I, think the city would be best to have in their control. Archaeological sites are, by no means, complete deterrents to development. Things can be done and have been done to various sites, and so there's a perspective of having this property in the city's control so that you can do the right things and preserve it in the right way, and so on and so forth. With regard to the appraisals, I share Commissioner's concern about whether somebody would be able to build, 16 sites there, but somebody would be able to, put more than, one structure there. It's very deep water. I think if you also went through the appraisals, you'd find that some of the comps were on inferior waterfront properties. There's waterfront and then there's waterfront, and properties like this that can accommodate large, large boats and so on and so forth also have increased value. So overall, I think the price is fair. And I think it's a property that, I would love to see, preserved the way the city, the way the city, could preserve it. But that's just, my 2-cent perspective.
All right. Thank you, Ken. Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
Oh, I do want to make, I'm sorry, Mayor, I just had one other. The due diligence period was extended through August 3rd. So Commissioner Glassman, I think you were saying that our period was up. You do still have time under the contract to make a determination.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, would someone like to move to close public hearing?
So moved.
Folks, okay, it's been moved.
Second.
Seconded.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentell?
Yes, the public hearing is now closed. Does someone want to make a motion with regard to PH3? Okay, there be no motion made, and we'll
Mayor,
move on.
what kind of motion are you looking for?
Well, if no motion is made, then the item is not going to be considered. So there's no point in making. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
PH4, public hearing and adoption of resolution approving the Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board's recommendation for approval of the Aquatic Center project as provided in the Parks and Recreation bond resolution and to finance the cost of the project with Parks and Recreation general obligation bonds. I have two people signed up to speak, but I believe they're just here to answer questions. Do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner,
Seconded.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. Public hearing is now closed on PH4. Do I hear a resolution? Someone like to introduce a resolution approving the recommendation? Has been introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Florida approving the Parks, Recreation, and Advisory Board's recommendation for approval pursuant to the Parks and Recreation General Obligation Bond Resolution numbers 18-261 and 20-08 of the Aquatic Center project, and to finance the cost of the project, the proceeds from the Parks and Recreation Series 2020 General Obligation Bonds. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas, Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes.
And for the record, I can see her say yes.
Okay.
Mayor, Jeff Weinberg has been emailing me saying he was on the line for, whatever previous item he wanted to speak on.
Yeah, he also emailed me, but I don't know if we can connect with him. We tried. Tried to connect with him. I don't know if we still can. I know he was in favor of the resolution, and it was approved.
Okay.
Okay, PH5, public hearing and adoption of resolution approving the Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board's recommendation for approval of the Hector Park project as provided in the Parks Recreation bond resolutions and to finance the cost of the project with Parks Recreation general obligation bonds. No one has signed up to speak. I don't need to close public hearing. No one signed up to speak, so do I hear someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board's recommendation for approval pursuant to the Parks and Recreation General Obligation Bond Resolution numbers 18-261 and 20-08 of the Hector Park project, and to finance the cost of the project with proceeds from the Parks and Recreation Series 2028 General Obligation Bond. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yep.
Commissioner Moritas? Vice Mayor Glassman?
Mayor, I have a question on this. I was trying to unmute myself before, but I just have a question. Maybe if Chris can help me with this, or if Phil's on the line. In the Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board minutes, when they passed this, they specifically referred to excluding, or there are two exceptions as classified in the Rio Vista Civic Association's letter regarding the water fountain and the turnaround. So I was just wondering if that was taken into consideration. Are we actually doing that, where we're doing that exception for the fountain and the turnaround?
I'll have to go to Phil for an answer there. I do not know.
Good evening. Yes, those two things have been taken out of the last site plan, so those are no longer part of the development of the park.
Perfect. Thank you, Phil.
Vice Mayor, your vote?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. And the resolution is approved. PH6, public hearing and adoption of resolution approving Parks, Recreation, and Beach Advisory Board's recommendation for approval of Virginia S. Young Park project as provided in the Parks and Recreation bond resolutions and to finance the cost of the project with Parks and Recreation general obligation bonds. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board's recommendation for approval pursuant to the Parks and Recreation General Obligation Bond, Resolution numbers 18-261, 20-08 of the Virginia S. Young Park Project, and to finance the cost of the project with the proceeds from the Parks and Recreation Series 2028 General Obligation Bonds. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas? Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentell?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. PH 7, public hearing and quasi judicial ordinance vacating the right-of-way identified as a 15-foot wide by 663-foot long alley between Northwest First Avenue and Andrews Avenue, Fat Village Properties, LLC. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. Commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Commissioner Moritas, do you have any disclosures?
Yes. 9, Robert Lockery and Alan Hooper. 827, Robert Lockery, Alan Hooper, and Brian Poulin.
Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor?
Sorry, Mayor, the host keeps muting me. Anyway, yes, I do have September 16th, 2019, Robert Lockery and Alan Hooper, and July 6, 2020, Robert Lockery and Alan Hooper.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Same.
Commissioner Sorensen?
August 21st, Robert Lockery. June 30th, Robert Lockery.
Thank you. My disclosures are I met with Robert Lockery and I also met with Mr. Hooper. I also had a site visit to determine the location of the alley. So only one person has signed up to speak, but it's for questions only. So I hear a motion to close public hearing.
So moved, but Mayor, I have a question for the applicant.
Okay, let's close public hearing first and I'll go to your question.
Move to close public hearing.
Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentell?
Yes, public hearing is now closed. Okay, Vice Mayor, you have a question?
Yes. Is Robert on the line or is he there?
Mr. Lockery, are you on the line?
He is. We just have to unmute him.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Robert, I just wanted to address something in the Planning and Zoning Board minutes. One of the approvals of the condition was that you would be working very closely with the Lauder Trail Working Group in terms of pedestrians and cyclists. Is that going to be something that's done right away, or has that started, or what's the plan in terms of bringing them to the table for that approval of condition?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Can you hear me a little better this time than earlier?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yes, we have been, the applicant and the architectural folks, as well as the landscape reviewers for the team, have been working with them and will continue to work with them for the project.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone else have any questions of Mr. Lockery? Okay, would someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
An ordinance vacating a portion of that platted 15-foot alley line in Block 7, amended plat of Blocks 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33 of North Lauderdale, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 1, page 182 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida, located north of Northwest 5th Street, south of Northwest 6th Street, east of Northwest 1st Avenue, and west of North Andrews Avenue, all said land situate line and being in the city of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is approved. PH 8, public hearing and adoption of resolution approving the First Amendment to the interlocal agreement with Broward County for community shuttle service. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the First Amendment to the interlocal agreement with Broward County Community Shuttle Service and authorizing the city manager to execute the First Amendment to the interlocal agreement to modify Exhibit A, interlocal agreement, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
No.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the item is approved. Folks, we're bumping up against the 11 o'clock hour. For us to continue the rest of this, I need someone to move to extend it for another hour.
Moved.
Second.
Moved, do I hear a second? Moved and seconded.
Commissioner
Be up
Sorensen?
late, people.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yep.
Commissioner Moritas? Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, so we have the authority to continue this meeting until midnight. Moving on to OFR 1, an ordinance amending section 13-58, fire detecting and extinguishing appliances required in or designated buildings and premises, third-party reporting requirements for all fire protection systems via means connections. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Any questions? There being none, would you please call the roll?
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending section 13-58 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, entitled Fire Detecting and Extinguishing Appliances Required in or on Designated Buildings and Premises, Siamese connections by establishing third-party electronic reporting requirements for inspections of fire protection systems, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas? Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is approved on first reading. Chris, I don't know if the message ever got to you about the fire extinguishers last year?
Got to me.
Okay. Now we're moving to ordinances on second reading. This is an ordinance, OSR 1, an ordinance amending Chapter 9 of the City Code of Ordinances, creating Article 10 entitled quote, Public Art and Placemaking Program. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
Any questions? There being none, please call the roll.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 9 Buildings and Construction of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida by creating Article 10 to be entitled Public Art and Placemaking Program, providing for definitions, creating a public art fund for new construction and renovation of city property and projects, a public art and placement advisory board, providing for general provisions, providing for ownership and maintenance, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas? Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OSR 2, OSR 1 is now ordinance now passed. OSR 2, an ordinance amending Chapter 25 of the City Code of Ordinances to allow the city manager to determine sidewalk repair needs and responsibility of said repairs, and to specify limited conditions under which the abutting property owner is responsible for sidewalk repairs or replacement. Anyone have any questions? There being none, someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduce.
Mute him. He thinks he's on.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Section 25-56, duty of owner of abutting property, Section 25-58, determination of necessity for construction, reconstruction, Section 25-59, notice to owners to construct, reconstruct, repair, etc., Section 25-60, contents of notice, service, and Section 25-61, work done by city, cost of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, to allow the city manager to determine sidewalk repair needs and responsibility of said repairs, and to specify the limited condition under which the abutting property owner is responsible for sidewalk repairs or replacement, and providing for severability, conflicting ordinance provisions, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentell?
Yes. And the ordinance is approved on second reading. It is now the ordinance of the city. Okay, moving on to budget items. Budget 1, resolution setting the fiscal year 2021 proposed millage rate and debt service rate for the City of Fort Lauderdale, setting the millage rate for Sunrise Key Neighborhood Improvement District, and acknowledging the receipt of the city manager's budget message and proposed budget. We have one person who signed up to speak. Mr. Chettle, are you there? Mr. Chettle, are you there?
I've just been unmuted. Yes, Mayor, I'm here.
Oh, great. Okay. 3 minutes.
Three minutes? All right. I'm going right now. All right. This is a question about the fiscal year 2021 budget assumptions from the city manager's budget. 3 weeks ago, on June 16th, the City Commission had a joint meeting with the Budget Advisory Board. The public were not permitted to speak or ask questions. The chair of the Budget Advisory Board focused on the mayor's speech back in January, titled My Promise, where the mayor committed to spend $600 million over the next 5 years on infrastructure. Many residents have questioned this number since January, but we haven't had an opportunity to ask the question. This is the first City Commission where the mayor's speech has been discussed. This is the one that was on June 16th. So Chair Donaldson, and I quote, "Where are we coming up with a PR soundbite? $600 million is going into infrastructure." City Manager, I don't know what would get us to that. Chair Donaldson, I'm just trying to be a watchdog for us as a city. With what is going out to the public, we're saying one thing and seeing something else on the screen. So the bottom line is this. This isn't me asking the question. This is the chair of the Budget Advisory Board, the most reputable board in the city. Okay, these are the talented residents with the deepest knowledge of our budget that work on this year round. If the Director of Public Works, the City Manager, the Financial Consultant, and the Budget Advisory Board don't know where number is coming from, I'm asking the question, where does the number come from? In addition to that, Mr. City Manager, are any of the assumptions from the My Promise plan in the 2021 budget? We have no public meetings. We have no ITF meeting. We've been in the dark now for 7 months. This is the first opportunity for the public to ask the question. It's been quoted in the Sun Sentinel repeatedly. I can give you the dates if you'd like. January 17th, 18th, 28th, February the 4th, February the 11th, June the 12th. Commissioner Moritas, you've supported this plan. Commissioner Sorensen, you've supported this plan. Commissioner Glassman, you've supported this plan. We just want to know where the number comes from because nobody knows where it's coming from. Thank you.
Which number are we talking about? Which number are we talking about, Paul?
This is from your speech on January the 9th, the My Promise. This is the big one that you had, the citywide speech to everybody. And you kept on saying that you're going to spend $600 million over 5 years on infrastructure. And we clearly are not. I mean, we clearly don't have that budgeted. We get the 400, maybe. On the presentation on June 16th, you have the 200 million from the water and sewer bond. Potentially down the road, and obviously we're going to get to budget 8, but potentially you might have some stormwater money, maybe. And then we don't know what else. There was 30 million else that the city manager referenced, but where are we getting 600 million? We got 5.5 years left, 4.5 years left to spend 600 million, and nobody knows where it's coming from. So that's the question. Thank you.
Okay, well, just to start out, let me just say this. This budget item number 1 is not with regard to bond expenditures. You're referring to bond expenditures and money that we are borrowing, borrowing in order to pay for stormwater improvement, wastewater improvement, and freshwater infrastructure. Budget 1 is just talking about proposed millage rate and debt service rate for the City of Fort Lauderdale and setting the millage rate for Sunrise Key neighborhood. And so I think it's important to just stay on message here because I don't see how what you're asking is certainly a legitimate question, but it's not germane to budget 1. But if the city manager still wants to respond, do you have the ability to respond right now? Do we know?
I certainly can. I mean, the one that I would.
I'm muted.
Let me bring Laura Reese to the.
Hi, Laura.
There she is.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Commission. This is Laura Reese. And to Paul's point, I believe that the $600 million number that's being referenced is the 200 million in water sewer debt that was already issued. So that's the first 200 million. We have 200 million in additional storm or water sewer debt planned for 2023. And then there's 200 million in stormwater debt that we're planning to in 2021. So you can find that on the CIP starts on page 11 of the proposed budget book. So that's available online, and that's going to show you your schedule, Paul. And the funds are 495, 496, 472. I can send you the backup if you'd like.
All right, thank you so much, Laura. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else have any questions with regard to budget 1?
I mean, I'm muted. What do you want me to do?
Well, you had your time to speak, and that's it. It's just called public hearing. This isn't a debate. We answered your question, and now it's time for the city commission to consider the item and to vote. So, does anyone else have any questions with regard to budget 1? Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
Thank you.
A resolution, the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, acknowledging receipt of the city manager's budget message, estimates, and recommendations, together with a proposed budget fiscal year 2021, setting the proposed millage rate and debt service rate for the City of Fort Lauderdale, setting the millage rate for the Sunrise Key Neighborhood Improvement District, and authorizing the city manager to compute the rollback rate and execute all appropriate instruments in order to advise the Broward County property appraiser of the proposed millage rates and rolled back rate. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas? Vice Mayor Glass?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and that is, so we got to figure out how to live within our means now. Budget 2, motion setting the public hearing dates to consider the proposed fiscal year 2021 millage rate and budget for the City of Fort Lauderdale and for the Sunrise Key Neighborhood Improvement District. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move the item?
Move. Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas? Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and budget 2 is approved. Budget 3, motion setting the preliminary fiscal year 2021 non-ad valorem assessment rate and public hearing date for the Lauderdale Isles Water Management District. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to move the item?
Move.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas, Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
No.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. The motion is approved. Budget 4, motion to establish a public hearing date for the proposed fiscal year 2021 non-ad valorem assessment nuisance abatement. No one has signed up to speak. Would someone like to make the motion?
Moved.
Move. Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas, Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
No.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the motion is approved. Budget 5, preliminary rate resolution for the fire assessment establishing the estimated fiscal year 2021 non-ad valorem fire assessment rate and authorizing a public hearing September 14, 2020. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida relating to the provision of fire services, facilities, and programs in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, establishing the estimated assessment rate for fire assessments for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020, directing the preparation of an assessment rule, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for conflict, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas, Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
No.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the resolution is passed. Budget 6, a preliminary rate resolution for the beach business improvement assessment establishing the estimated fiscal year 2021 non-ad valorem assessment rate and authorizing a public hearing September 14, 2020. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, beach business improvement services in certain portions of the beach area located within the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, more specifically described herein, establishing the estimated assessment rate for the beach business improvement assessment for the fiscal year beginning October 2020, directing the preparation of an assessment rule, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice thereof, providing for rescission of conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Moritas, Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
No.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Budget 7, preliminary rate resolution for the fiscal year 2021 non-ad valorem assessment for utility undergrounding and authorizing a public hearing September 14, 2020. No one has signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
The resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida relating to the provision of the underground utility line facilities in the Florida Isles neighborhood, imposing underground utility line assessments against assessed property located in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, approving the assessment rule, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision thereof, providing an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas, Vice Mayor Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie,
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis.
Yes. Just on this item, Chris, so is this, I guess this is going to be the first neighborhood that's going to start the undergrounding process?
It is. This is not the first assessment against the neighborhood. There's already been one last fiscal year, so this is year 2.
This is in this neighborhood?
This would be in the Los Olas Isles.
Right.
Yeah, they assess themselves.
Right, I get that, but I'm just saying, I remember there were like second on the list, and so I guess they're still trying to deal with issues in Idlewild, Riviera Isle.
They did get their easements worked out for the transformers quicker than the other.
Yeah, that's something. Okay. Budget 8. This is an initial assessment resolution. City of Fort Lauderdale, a stormwater management system benefit area, imposing a stormwater assessment, setting a public hearing for the proposed fiscal year 2021 non-ad valorem assessment stormwater program management. One person has signed up to speak, Mr. Paul Chettle. Mr. Chettle, are you there? Mr. Chettle? I didn't lose you. He's there. Okay, great. Can you hear me? Unmuted. Mr. Chettle? Paul, are you there?
Yes, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great. You have 3 minutes. This is budget 8.
I could not answer the question on budget 1 because I was muted, so I was not able to answer your question. But moving on to budget 8. As you know, because of the inequity of the proposal and the disproportionate burden on several of the buildings on the Gulf, the beach, the downtown, obviously you know, for 3 years now, I've known that you're going to be anticipating a legal challenge. None of those 3 areas are in the top 7 priority neighborhoods who are going to benefit or receive benefit from this, really. So the question is, well, there's several questions. If you approve this at your 2 readings in September, when does the legal challenge open and when does it close? Does it start October 1st and when does it close? While there is a legal challenge, what is the rate structure that is used? For Mr. Boileau, I don't know if he's going to answer the question. You know, I don't get to ask him a direct question, but my question to him would be, what is his estimate of the length of time that the legal process would take? And also, I think Laura Reese, in responding to me, said 2023 for stormwater. You know, the plan was a shovel-ready plan delivered to the city in 2018. So will the plan have to be updated, modified again if 2023 is what Laura said, which I couldn't hear because I was trying to get unmuted?
That was a second 200 million infrastructure bond, Paul, not stormwater.
Right, but they didn't, because your financial analyst and modeling didn't have that or the stormwater. So that's the problem. Anyway, fine. So when does the legal window open and close for stormwater? How long do you estimate it's going to take? Is it 2023 for the 200 million? And will the plan have to be updated? Thank you.
You want to take a crack at that?
Questions I'd rather the city.
Okay, I could just tell you, Paul, that obviously a legal challenge could not be instituted until there was a damage, or you anticipate an action being taken. So, since we haven't even had the first hearing on this yet, I don't know if you could claim that you suffered in any way as a plaintiff. I think you'd have to wait until we started voting on these things, and then you might have a judge. You might have a judge tell you that you're an aggrieved party, and that's just that's just me talking, not giving you advice. I'm just saying that's my understanding. Go ahead.
So, Mayor, thank you for the answer and or the sort of direction. So the previous administration discussed this in detail, obviously, first go around. And the idea was that once you'd voted, then you had the effective date of October 1st, then there would be a legal window that would open, and there's a specific period of time that you would have to challenge the new rate structure. And you would either win or lose. If you won, then obviously there was a problem, and if you lost, there was then the bond would move forward. So, do we know when the legal window opens? Is it when the October 1st rate takes place? That's when.
So Paul, what I would recommend is that you actually consult an attorney upon whose opinion you can rely in order to make a determination to ensure that your rights have not been waived by any delay. And so, obviously, I mean, you might get a couple of different opinions. I would recommend don't rely on my opinion. But that's,
No, I've been calculating for several years because I'm by no means the band leader on this. This has been going on for a while. Okay, I was just trying to get clarity. And if there's any chance to get the guidance from what the budget office is looking at with regard to the timing of when they think they're going to be in receipt of the 200 million if everything goes smooth. Is it 2020?
We don't know the answer to that just yet.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions with regard to Budget 8? If there are none, would someone like to introduce the resolution? Hello?
Introduced.
There you go.
Introduced? There you go.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, declaring the intent of the stormwater management services assessment of the City of Fort Lauderdale, providing a legal description of the property subject to the special assessment, describing the method of apportioning the assessed cost, the computation, and the assessment for each parcel, the manner in which the special assessment shall be made, when the assessments are to be paid, and what, if any, part shall be apportioned to be paid from the General Improvement Fund of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, directing the preparation of an assessment rule, authorizing a public hearing, and directing the provision of notice providing effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas? Vice Mayor Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
No.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Before we adjourn, we have a couple of things we got to go over. I know Commissioner Sorensen brought up earlier a request directed to the city manager to talk about our police situation. But before we do that, I think the city attorney has a request he's making.
I just have a closed door executive session request under pursuant to Chapter 286.01 statutes for the August 18th, 2020 meeting in the matter of City of Fort Lauderdale versus CFS Funeral Services Incorporated, which is currently pending in the U.S. District Court.
Alan.
Yes.
You mumble. Can you either speak up and articulate?
Sorry, I got a screen ahead. I'll start over. Closed door executive session request under Chapter 286.011 for the August 18th, 2020 meeting in the matter of City of Fort Lauderdale versus CFS Funeral Services Incorporated, which is currently pending in the U.S. District Court. I need about 20 minutes probably.
Okay. Very good. Now to you, Chris.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the commission. I do want to give you an update on our police department since the last time that we were together. There's multiple different things to update on, and then I'm going to seek some direction as well, so that we're working in the correct direction as you all move into your break. So I want to let you know that we continue to cooperate very closely with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the State Attorney's Office on any requests that they would have of us. We have had an employee that has been charged criminally in the state system, and we'll let that play out in the normal process that it plays out through the State Attorney's Office. So we'll continue to cooperate there. I have asked for an expedited internal after-action report related to that first protest event. I can tell you that the chief has assigned Major Swisher to do that review, and he's been spending almost half of his day every day. And what I mean by that is 12 out of 24 hours every day working on this after-action report, watching body-worn camera video, picking up other videos that have been available, and he's putting together an after-action report so that we will have this timeline that we've all been waiting for that is cross-referenced then with camera footage as well as other evidence. So if all goes well, I should have that early part of next week, hopefully Monday of next week. We'll be able to review that and make decisions if decisions need to be made based upon it. A takeaway from our last meeting and also subsequent meetings is we have called for the next Citizen Police Review Board meeting or virtually. It happens next week, and we'll get them back online so that we have Citizen Police Review Board oversight of our use of force events. Now, the chair of that board has asked for a couple of additional pieces of documentation that they haven't previously seen, and I think it makes good sense to dump as much as we can that direction and let them, see and evaluate notes, and we've been as responsive as we can to the request of the Citizen Police Review Board. We have gone through the Bobcat report that we've talked about that's been provided to us. I will have to this commission an update as to our performance against the Bobcat report this week. I want to make sure that it's in writing to the commission so that everybody has the same information, going through what we have implemented, those things that we haven't implemented, why we haven't implemented them, and any recommendations for additional implementation as we review that Bobcat report. So you will have an update on that this week. And then it comes to this notion of a task force. And this is where I'm going to need some clarification and maybe some discussion of the commission tonight, because the city attorney and I have spent some time together really, diving into what a structure would look like, what a structure would look like if it was commission driven, what a structure would look like if it was more in the staff advisory role. I can tell you and the elected officials that I have on multiple occasions had very good interaction and have reached out to, and it's been received very well, a future relationship with the National Police Foundation, who would be external eyes that we could work with to come in and let the public know that we have the confidence in letting almost an update to the Bobcat report happen. It would involve community listening sessions as well as access to our stuff to just make sure that we can provide that full transparency and accountability that the public demands of us.
Can you explain to the public what the Bobcat report is?
I can. So back in 2015, and I wasn't here at that point, so I might have to rely on others to jump in and help me out a little bit. But I believe that the Bobcat report was on the heels of a texting incident that we had in our police department, and it came and looked at our practice, looked at how we hired people. It looked at different training programs. It made recommendations for modifications to our hiring protocol, made modifications to the types of training that we offer, and gave an assessment of our internal affairs function, and was an inquiry into the department, external look into the department on topics that we provided to them. And as you probably remember, what came out of it was a different hiring process, that we needed to implement different standards, and I'll have a really good summary of it later this week as to what we implemented and what we haven't, and those things that we implemented that frankly just didn't work. And so I'll update you on that, but that was the inquiry into the department back in 2015. In addition to reaching out to the National Police Foundation as an opportunity maybe to work with them, and they certainly would be open to it. What we would do is frame a question or questions that we would want them to answer, and we're working on that now, and what those questions would be. I certainly believe it would start with, perception and relationship of our police department in our community, and go from there. The place I need some direction is the last meeting when there was this direction to form a task force. I want to make sure that we do this correctly, and this is where I need to engage with you and Commissioner McKenzie, who Commissioner Sorensen said it would be a great assignment to this task force as it's created. We just need to hear, I think, from the commission if this is something that you want the commission to lead the formation of this task force, if you want us to propose a framework that then we would bring forward a framework by which that we could go point people to it. And that's where I don't really have the complete clarity that I need, and I just want to make sure we're all clear and on the same page with how the notion of this task force and its framework is coming together.
Does anyone have any thoughts on that they'd like to share? Commissioner Moritas, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, just thinking about it, when Chris, you said, bringing in someone from the outside nationally who could come in and help us lead conversations. Maybe there's someone nationally who could help us form this group. Maybe there are some best practices about what has been done or is being done around some other cities. So I'd say probably a little bit of guidance to the commission also would be helpful. I think we need to have this conversation and move forward, but what it looks like would be hard for me to define right now too.
Mayor, I've got some thoughts.
Yes.
It's Ben.
Ben, okay.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that you could have almost parallel tracks that ultimately converge. So you could have a more academic group like the Police Foundation that's really doing the data, the research, knows processes, procedures they've seen have been effective and ones they haven't been, and kind of doing that. Then you could, in tandem with that, parallel to that, a really kind of community-driven group that's engaging key stakeholders in the community and so forth. And then they converge, they come together and share, ideas, best practices, concepts, and then put forward kind of a unified projection of how to reshape and improve our police department.
Let me ask you something, Ben. Do you think from the community-based perspective that the Citizen Police Review Board could be tasked with that role, since they already have an understanding of these processes based on their mission statement, and then let the city manager convene a blue ribbon panel based on leaders in the field that aren't necessarily, they may not necessarily live in Fort Lauderdale. They may be people who are expert in the field but they want to participate in what we're doing and to provide expert knowledge. What do you think about something like that?
So I like the latter component of that, of a blue ribbon, National Police Foundation, or someone like that who's, out of state, really knows their stuff, so forth, driving it. I feel like there's a couple additional things we can task the Police Review Board and give them some added, kind of documents and stuff that they can be working on. So I think they need to be working on their review and oversight. And then I think we need this third separate group. And that's where I think, Commissioner McKenzie can help drive that community of real stakeholders that aren't necessarily part of the review board and wouldn't necessarily be initially part of that blue ribbon group. So I think about, I think about Urban League. I think about Black Lives Matters. I think about some of our other social engaged stakeholders to be part of that third group.
What are your thoughts, Commissioner McKenzie?
Well, guess my reasoning for accepting it last time, because we talked about a gut check, we talked about transparency, we dismissed the Bobcat report, and all of a sudden now the Bobcat report is back in play. We're talking about this Blue Ribbon Police Foundation participating, and all I ever wanted was a gut check, a group similar to the Police Citizen Review Board that had a little teeth and come back and give us some recommendations, and we compare it to what we have. We make some changes and we tell the public, hey, we've gotten a gut check. But to try to bring people from outside of our community, outside the city of Fort Lauderdale, I have a problem with that. If I'm going to be the person you all selected, and you're gonna let me pick a group, that's what I thought was gonna happen. I don't mind fulfilling the task, but if we're gonna go down this now more convoluted road, I want no parts of it. I think if you use the Citizen Police Review Board, I think they need to have a different set of rules, because they all complain about now not having any teeth in what they can do now to make real change. So again, I thought it to be autonomous of any procedures that we have now. Gut check. We're going to pick a cross section from the community, and not, in my opinion, this manufactured process that we've come up with now. Because even you, Mayor, dismissed the Bobcat report last time I brought it up. That's from 2015, and I thought the Bobcat report was pretty good because that was a consultant that came in, looked at something because we had a black eye on us, made a few recommendations, and it's my understanding, and I think the city manager touched on it, that we didn't implement some things from that report. That's kind of what caught my attention. What didn't we implement that made you make that statement, city manager?
So I guess the thing I go to with that is the implementation of a hiring process that essentially screened out almost all, if not all, of the applicants. And so it was one of those, it was an implement, but then we couldn't find anybody to hire. And I wasn't as attached to it when
we fixed that. What is it that we didn't do is what I'm trying to figure out. Because last time we spoke about Bobcat, everyone dismissed it. Now you're using it as a basis to move forward. And I just rather have a consultant come in, review us, make some recommendations. We don't have to accept them, so that we can say to the public, hey, public, we've checked ourselves and we are the city that we claim to be in terms of policing. But we had to change a few things because in the last week, we've already changed 2 of our policies that we couldn't change the last time we met. So all of a sudden we changed something. So were we not doing something? And I need to feel comfortable going to the public saying, hey, we've done these things. If the city manager and the city attorney is gonna make the selection, then I don't want any parts of being the representation for that board.
So based on what Commissioner Sorensen is saying, do you want us to convene a brand new advisory board so that each of the commissioners and myself appoint somebody? Is that what you're envisioning? And then what are you thinking? Tell me what you're thinking.
When I left the last meeting and you all picked me, chose me, it was for an independent board that would have more teeth or more oversight of making real recommendations for change if we needed it, because the Police Citizens Review Board felt that they didn't have that. So that's what I accepted. Now everything has changed, and if we're gonna change it, and there's no real transparency outside of our own controls, I have a problem with that because I'm trying to speak to the masses to say that we are the best. We have checked. We have done these things, and our policies match up against the best of the best recommendations. And maybe we had to change 2 or 3 things or 1 thing, but without having that type of autonomy, I don't want to participate in it from this angle.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you have any thoughts?
Nothing that wasn't already expressed. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Well, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the responses, because the city manager has said, do you want to convene a typical board where we each pick a member and they bring in people to testify, or at least to consult with, whether they live in the city or not, to provide information on best practices, and then that board makes recommendations to the commission to either adopt or not adopt? Is that kind of what we're looking at? Dan, is that what you're thinking?
I mean, that's an option. I mean, I'm trying to let me ask Commissioner McKenzie a question. So, Commissioner McKenzie, what if your group that you convened was part of that process, was to get feedback from this, whatever a blue ribbon outside group would be, and you could take those.
The problem I have with Blue Ribbon, I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
That it says Blue Ribbon Police Foundation. So
right.
that doesn't give me that what I'm really looking for, to really assure the public that we have done this gut check. And I'm sure we could take some folks, right? We could take the commission and do a real gut check. But the community is crying out for something different. And I don't think we're too far off with our policies. I just think we got a culture thing we have to deal with universally. And that could probably come through training. I don't know what that is, but I'd like to get a group, cross-section of the city of Fort Lauderdale, to do this and make some recommendations, and we can compare what we have and what we don't have, and then we figure out what we need to do, and we move forward. And independent consultant, not a blue ribbon police foundation. I have a problem with that whole name.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, so my concern is just like when we have the infrastructure task force, we have engineers on there, right? You have some people that really understand.
Yeah, but this is different. This is different. The community is telling us now that they don't trust us, right? They're saying that. And we're all saying we have the best police department in the world. I want to be able to prove that we do have that, and we don't have this culture that is going on in, around the world. And I'd like citizens from our community to go through our processes, go through our procedures, and just check it and make sure that we're telling the community the truth. Because right now, based on recent events, we're under a cloud, just like Minneapolis right now. And as a result of what happened, we have officers that are concerned. We have citizens that are concerned. We have a situation that we need to get a hold on so we can A, ensure the community, B, ensure our officers that that we are on the right track, and then look at the real issue we're facing, which is a culture of policing right now, or what the public thinks policing is. And I'm not with defunding our police department. I am for more community outreach to educate folks on how we do things, when we do things, and where we do things. And but there's so much out there about, and even the 10 people that called tonight, 8 of them were from some other places, and they're not checking their own police department, but they want to check ours. So I think we need to be careful at who we allow to do that. We have the independent board and an outside consultant. I think we have our answer.
Okay, so
why don't we take it so why don't I schedule some time with Commissioner McKenzie and get together?
You had time with me, Chris. You had time. You came back with all this information that I didn't agree with you in the room. So you obviously spoke with other people and came up with what you guys thought you wanted to hear. But my commission, my colleagues said, hey, we want McKenzie. We want an independent cross-section of the community. And you came back with something totally different.
Yeah, well, I just think police, I think
that's true.
Yeah, I think police or someone who has worn the uniform can be a helpful part of this process. I don't think we exclude everyone who's worn the uniform. So I don't agree with that direction.
Right now, you have the Citizen Review Board, which has police officers on it, right?
Right.
It's chaired by Christina Kerr.
Right.
All right. I think the mayor just appointed somebody else. I think that's a great cross-section of the community, but they don't have the tools they need to do this right. I mean, they have to step outside of the box or the board they're operating in to really give the citizens transparency that we're checking ourselves and we're going to move forward. And based on what we all say about our police department, we shouldn't be out of compliance. But just here in the last week or so, we changed 2 of our policies that we couldn't change 2 weeks ago. So I don't know.
So, all right. So we can always change the powers of a committee. The Citizen Police Review Board could always we can always change their authority. But the thing is now, Commissioner McKenzie, I've heard you say that you want experts to be brought in, but at the same time, you said you didn't want people from outside to be brought in. So
Yeah, but a
I'm trying to-
consultant firm is gonna already have expertise in dealing with these type of situations
Right.
worldwide. So if we get an independent agency and not a Blue Ribbon Police Foundation, that's not gonna give us the
That's where there's,
in my opinion, the soothing that the community is looking for in terms of examining ourselves. I think it needs to be there are agencies out there that can provide this services for us, and we may have to listen and take other recommendations. But just to say the Blue Ribbon Police Foundation, that name alone doesn't work for me.
Well, no one said Blue Ribbon Police Foundation. We just said a Blue Ribbon panel that would discuss
The manager
these
said
issues
police,
on
and so did
expertise
Commissioner
that they would
Sorensen.
bring to the table because of their own history and their own experience. It's not a police foundation at all.
But that's what they said, Mayor. I mean, so that's what I gathered. So
All right,
I'm
I
just
never
making
used
sure
that
that we have the
word.
right terminology and the right makeup to get this moving forward, so we can get this behind us. Right now, we
I
got
get
some
that.
morale problems. We got community hurting. We got a lot of things happening that won't allow us to get back to what we were.
Okay, so I think what we should lead ourselves towards I believe that there should be a community-based committee that we can each choose a member of this committee or two, and at least get the community input, and let that advisory board invite experts to speak with them, and then based on those interviews, they can come to us with recommendations. I don't think a community can trust our decisions unless they're community-based, unless people from the community are participating. I think that gets the greatest credibility for any advisory board that's advising the commission, especially on a sensitive subject like this. If the city manager wants to reach out on his own and speak with consultants and wants to educate himself, he always has that prerogative to go out and reach out on his own. I guess we don't have to formalize that with any blue ribbon panel or whatever. So going forward, I think what I'm hearing is that we should probably impanel a new advisory board and allow them to go out and start interviewing people and to try to understand best practices for our police department. That's kind of what I'm getting. Does that make sense to you, Commissioner Sorensen?
I understand what you're saying. I don't think it's going to be an efficient use of time, but I understand.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I've heard some really good conversations in some of the recent Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Association meetings. A lot of good input, a lot of neighborhoods. I just want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to involve the neighborhoods as much as possible in this.
I agree with you. So that's why I'm saying maybe we should impanel a new advisory board.
So there's essentially, if I can jump in, there's essentially three groups we have the option. We have a working group similar to what we have with Las Olas working group, where it's not a formal group. It's social with recommendations. They give input. Nobody's appointed. Nobody's assigned. That's more of the more informal group that we could have. Then you have a committee that you can have an advisory board. So there are three options as to how you do the makeup. And then depending on how formal you want it, if it's an advisory board or committee, then you can have the particular assignments you were speaking of, Mayor, or you can have requirements like we do with the Budget Advisory Board, where you have a subject matter expert, or you have certain people from different fields that you want there to be part of that group. So you can formulate that committee or that advisory board any way you want. Same thing with historical preservation. You have supposed to have expertise, architecture, things of that sort.
But I think we would need to impanel an advisory board to allow to invoke the Sunshine Law and allow people to be able to participate and to allow the public to have notice of these meetings. I think that's the only way we can gain credibility here. So, I mean, I would ask the city attorney to construct a a document which allows the commission to vote on a new advisory board, to come up with a mission statement, and then a methodology of selecting members of that board. And then let's think, over the summer, who we're going to appoint. Maybe we should have 2 people for each member of the commission. And Commissioner McKenzie, is that something you would be interested in being the advisor on?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. As long as it's independent and folks from City of Fort Lauderdale, I can deal with it. But if you give me somebody from Pembroke Pines who's a part of some group who has their own agenda to attack the police instead of trying to come with a plan of action to really bring forward transparency and change. I'm looking for a real answer and not a political grandstanding. How do we get the heartbeat of Fort Lauderdale back?
We're looking to be constructive. I agree with you 100%.
How about this? The chief of police being part of that group.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I don't think
that's what the
that's
public's crying out about, Ben. It's not about the police chief. It's not about the police officer. It's about having a report card.
I thought you just said it's the review board has a police officer on it, and you think that's good.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a police chief on it. So, I mean, and I'm not knocking the police chief, but you're missing the point is, I'd rather see the Citizens Review Board do it and give them more power, so that we can look into the public's eyes and say, hey, we've been transparent. And I've talked to the chief, and we've talked about some of this stuff, and he probably agrees with more what I'm saying than I do. But we're just trying to get a report card of ourselves. That's all we're trying to do here. We're not trying to hurt anybody. We're trying to get a report card and get a seal of approval on our police department so we can move forward, because right now we are stagnant, we're hurting, and we need to do something very quickly because the community and officers are hurting right now.
So Commissioner McKenzie, do you want to just empower the Citizen Police Review Board with additional responsibility since they already have a background in this?
I feel comfortable with that. I mean, I do. What about the others?
I'm better with that. Yeah.
All right. So why don't we work in that direction? And then, like I said earlier, if the city manager wants to consult with individuals, that's his prerogative. We all have that right to do that. So, all right. So why don't you, Alan, come up with a modified mission statement so that we can.
I can, except I'm going to need direction from you all because there are some limitations to citizen advisory boards. It's been litigated in Florida, so there are, because of Chapter 112.
Now, speak up, because that's the issue right now. Say that again.
Yeah. So there's limitations that citizen review boards have in Florida, pursuant to case law, pursuant to statute. So I need some guidance as to what you're all contemplating, because certainly they can be an advisory board and obviously an oversight type board, but unlike some cities that have been struck down and some that still do it incorrectly, you don't have direct report or direct investigation.
But I still think, Alan, we're just making it too difficult. If we could duplicate the Citizen Review Board, independent group, they look at some things and say, hey, here's some recommendations, and then it still has to come back to us to make the final decision. We're not saying, hey, come in and just start chopping stuff. We're just saying, hey, let's get a cross-section of the community. And when you say the Los Olas Working Group, how's that a cross-section of the community? A cross-section of the community needs to be a cross-section of the community. So if we're gonna do Los Olas Working Group, then we need, Northeast 13th Street, then we need Uptown, then we need, if we're gonna do those type of groups. Well, I'm just looking for citizens from the city of Fort Lauderdale, sit down, review some things, and make some recommendations.
So are we looking to beyond, just so I get some clarity, beyond additional oversight or exposure they may have to certain documentation that they may not have now, are we looking to change the makeup of the Citizen Review Board?
No. We're not looking to, we want to approach this in the most transparent and at the same time comprehensive, meaning inclusive fashion possible. So the Citizen Police Review Board includes members of the police department. I believe 1/3 of them are police officers. It's not just one.
Yeah.
I believe it's 3. Yeah. So, so what we need to do is, the working group is like people who just want to show up at meetings. I mean, there's no, we don't choose people on the working group. It's people who just show up at meetings and participate in the discussion. Isn't that basically how that works? So, is that what you want to see? Just an informal gathering of people that come from time to time to participate in the decision making? I'm not sure we want that to be that loosey-goosey. I'd like to see something a little bit more structured. And I think that some kind of advisory board that can investigate best practices, make recommendations to the commission, and we can either accept or reject those recommendations going forward. And I think that it becomes inclusive and it becomes transparent. I mean, those are the goals that we need to achieve.
Currently, the Citizen Review Board does have the capability in the commission statement to look at policies and make recommendations. They also obviously review certain IA investigations once they're complete. What is the commission contemplating in additional powers or additional authority?
Just to have, so if they already have that on their mission statement, that they can interview people, experts, come up with recommendations and recommend best practices to the commission. If you're saying they already have that authority.
Well, they can review policies and make recommendations on that. We may need to beef up the language with regards to who they can speak with and so on and so forth. From the investigation side, I don't know if you want to expand that to the.
Well, at some point we may want to do that. That's a whole other issue. That's a whole other issue. Are we good with that, folks? We can move on.
Yeah, Mayor, the only thing I'm thinking when I hear all this, Mackenzie, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like we have our Citizens Review, Police Board. Maybe if they had a consultant work with
You're going in and out.
them to help guide them through this process of, I'm going off?
Yeah,
Sorry.
we don't hear it.
Can't hear me?
She said to have a consultant guide the review board as they're making their recommendations. Commissioner
I think
McKenzie.
that's how we started the last time.
I think that's maybe the short answer of where we need to be, hearing what everyone's saying. We use that, Citizens Review Police Board. We get a consultant to help guide them because they need some experts to help guide them. And
Well,
then,
I think your point is well taken, because normally the other advisory boards is a staff member that is their advisor. I don't think we have that. I don't think we have a staff member that would be an advisor.
We have to now because the police. You have representatives of the chief and
right. The police, but you can't have the very people that are being analyzed be the guide.
Right.
I can easily find a couple of consultants that we could offer up to the.
Yeah. Okay. I think your
Chris,
point is well taken.
Hey, Chris, I'm sorry, Mayor. Can we get a copy of the Bobcat report?
Sure. Yes, sir. No problem.
and my last comment, I don't know if I'm the only one that feels like this is missing and it doesn't need to be in this citizen review board. I still think we're missing as our city a conversation about how we can all come together to lift each other up. I still think there are some other issues that we can, not through this task force or advisory board, but I still think we need some community conversation. So.
I didn't hear those last couple of words. We still need what?
Just some community conversations, maybe someone to come in and how do we help make sure everybody in our city has opportunity? And I don't know. I just think that I still think we're missing not just analyzing our police, but how we can all make sure we have policies as a commission that really give everyone all the opportunity that they deserve.
Well, maybe we should have a workshop just on that when we come back.
Well,
who's going to lead that workshop? The consultant?
Say it again. Say it again.
Who's going to lead it? The consultant or us? Or
who would be the facilitator?
Yeah, who facilitator?
We'd probably hire a facilitator.
Oprah.
Oprah. Can we afford her?
We're running out of time, folks. Our meeting has got to be over. Are we good?
And yeah, I would just say,
Anything-
Mayor, it might not be a bad idea to have a joint session with us and the Citizens Review Board, to kind of launch in the right direction and give feedback and so forth.
Okay.
And bring some of the community stakeholders that we were talking about, like, you know, Black Lives Matter Alliance and just others, kind of to that initial conversation. Just an idea.
Yeah, but if Black Lives Matters come, here's my concern.
Yeah.
It needs to be a member from the city of Fort Lauderdale, not somebody from Philadelphia, not somebody from Minneapolis, somebody from our community that, you know, is a is a stakeholder.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with you.
All right. Well, let me just say this. I think there'd be an opportunity to do that. I don't think the workshop would be that. I think the workshop needs to be a conversation with our advisory board, and then afterwards, I think we can follow through with what Commissioner Moritas said about having a community conversation on who we are as Fort Lauderdale folk, and how we can do better going forward.
Because what I really think, and a lot of times we get hung up on Black Lives Matter and these organizations. So let me say this to you all. I am a Black life. I have been for 58 years. I can give you all kind of testimonies. I can tell you about this community. I can tell you when I wasn't so proud of it, but we need more people like me from this community sharing experiences that can get us to where we need to go, as opposed to trying to get people outside of our community. And I think we have so many different organizations right here that operate in our city, the 100 Black men of Fort Lauderdale. We got so many groups that are already working on these type of issues that are working here in Fort Lauderdale, and they could probably give us shed a lot of light, you know, on some of these things and help us, you know, understand the sensitivity of what the rest of America is talking about. But each community is different in terms of what they experience, but I still think everybody's still talking about the Black perspective.
All right, that's the last word. Thank you so much, everybody. Enjoy your vacation. Do we have anything else?
We do. We've got these two unsolicited proposals to talk about. So we need to have everybody fall off the call except for the court reporter, the commission, and that's it.
But I'm adjourning the meeting, though.
We need to come back to the meeting?
Yeah, you're going to sort of suspend it. We're going to talk about it, then you'll close it out at the end on the record.
Okay. All right, so we have two unsolicited proposals that we need to talk about. We're going to suspend the meeting, and we're going to clear our room.
And then you probably move to extend before you close it.
So, and we also need to extend the meeting another 30 minutes. Do I hear a motion to extend it to 12:30?
Moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Vice Chair Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentell?
Yes, so we'll extend the meeting to 12:30. We need to end it by then. All right, so
those that are attendees that are on the phone, you'll be forced off of the call at this point. Please, if you wish to finish our meeting, finish it on one of the web-based formats. And to our staff, good night, good morning. Please fall off the call so that we can whittle this down to the commission and the courtroom.
we're done.
So the attendees, can we just disconnect the 4 attendees that are there?
Let me use the restroom for a second.
While you're doing all that.
No, you're fine.
And you don't want me to record it, correct?
I had a court reporter, so you don't.
Okay. So are we coming back to this?
No.
Okay, good. All right.
We'll close it out on the record, so we have a record and closed out on the transcript.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to shut down. All right.
Okay, so you can make, now you could just start pushing people off for me? Yeah, totally.
If you remember to email me when you finished that and came back, and then That'll do it, right, for me.
Try to remember.
Steve, how's your mom doing, man?
Am I muted?
No, you're good.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Today she said to me, do you think we'll ever see each other again? I said, oh my God. I don't know. It's been,